if you want to party, babe, got to feel it deep inside. All I really want to do is the things you just can't hide. Put your funk around it, babe, and I'll take you for a ride. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling. Get on up with the feeling.
Bitter, sweet, fiery heat, whispers the man of the hurricane. Oh, stop pushing me, gonna push so hard, I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go, 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 I won't let go. Take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. Take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control.
club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Eh. And you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Eh. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Your mata, your mata, your mata. Your mata, your mata. Your mata, your mata. Your mata.
Is it that hard to call me back? After you say you call me back, passive aggressive. No, I hate when you call me that. You don't get the message. Playing these games while you texting. Same thing you do with your exes. If I love you where you love me, you would question me, yeah. At times I hold it back and give you less of me, yeah. Do you love me? Do you me for real? Shawty, keep it real. Ooh yeah, ooh yeah, ooh yeah. Listen, I want you more. I want you more than you. You want me. I need you more. I need you more than you. You need me. I want you more. I want you more than you. You want me. Listen, I need you more. I need you more than you. You need me. Oh yeah.
I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow. AP on my wrist, chill. You ain't gang, you ain't even real. Gotta have a bag, I ain't no cheap thrill. Hopped up on a flight, baby, I ain't in my feels. They know I'm the truth. When I'm pulling up, I'm bulletproof. I don't really care about all the rules. I be Chris Brown with the moves. Got 'em like, damn, baby, how you doing, baby? When I'm stepping in the room, I don't look at nobody paper. I be locked in on what I do. When that pressure hit, tell me, OG, is you finna ride? I was made for this. You can see that look up in my eye. VVS is in my teeth, so when you see me, I'm gon' shine. Always something up my sleeve, so when you, I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow. Hop in the car, loser, cause we going shopping. I can't fall in love, cause it's way toxic. Got that boom box for every time I'm bopping. I got a couple goons just to get it poppin'. I don't wanna link it, I ain't tryna chop it. Tryna go against me and you need to stop it. People listening like I'm a prophet. People listening like I'm a prophet. Look at my clothes. Look at the way that I'm rocking the shows. I don't like little. No, sir, I be doing the most. I love the party. You kick it with me, then everything goes. I am a Barbie. Mary Kane and I'm pimping this hoes. When that pressure hit, tell me, OG, is you finna ride? I was made for this. You can see that look up in my eye. VVS is in my teeth, so when you see me, I'm gon' shine. Always something up my sleeve, so when you, I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow. I just copped a big bag of that gelato. I'ma go and run these numbers up like no tomorrow. Pull up in that skirt, El Dorado. I be in the wind, baby, I'll hit you tomorrow.
Oh, we're just getting started. Life of whatever party. I'll be at night all day. I won't call away. Oh, we're just getting started. Life of whatever party. I'll be at night all day. I won't call away. Oh, we're just getting started. Life of whatever party. I'll be at night all day. I won't call away. Oh, we're just getting started. Life of whatever party. I'll be at night all day. I won't. 'Cause I won't call away. Oh, we're just getting started. Life of whatever party. I'll be at night all day. I won't call away. Oh, we're just getting started. Life of whatever party. I'll be at night all day. I won't call away. Oh, we're just getting started. Life of whatever party. I'll be at night all day. I won't call away.
delicate, gentle, precise. Calm down. Why are you trying so hard? Isn't this too much for you? Aren't you scared? Don't play, don't compete, stop complaining. Whatever you do, it'll never be enough. Greatness comes from within. Just wait and see.
Welcome to Valorant Game Changers, EMEA 2024. In 2023, we were proud of our Game Changers players excelling in Valorant Esports. In 2024, our focus remains on encouraging more women to step forward, shaping the future of Valorant by offering increased opportunities and highlighting explosive talents within our community. It all begins with the Kickoff Open Qualifier, where 128 teams battle it out in a single elimination bracket for 8 coveted spots in the Kickoff Closed Qualifier. There, they'll face off against 8 of the top teams from last year's Stage 3, competing in a double elimination bracket where only the top 8 teams can move forward into Stage 1. This year, we've updated the tournament format for stages to 10 teams, intensifying the competition and casting a brighter spotlight on players. Stage 1 features the top 8 teams from the Kickoff Closed Qualifier, joined by 2 invited teams, BBL Queens and G2 Gozen. Of course, more glory also means more risk, with the 2 last place teams of each stage to be relegated to Contenders. Contenders is now the pathway for the best talents to prove themselves and secure their spot in Game Changers. To claw their way back, the 2 relegated teams will battle it out against 30 other teams coming from regional tournaments or open qualifiers. The top 2 teams from Contenders will earn their spot in the next stage of Game Changers. This entire process repeats for Stage 2 before the ultimate victors are decided in Stage 3. Want in on the action? Open qualifiers are your gateway. Players must be at least Platinum 1 or above to sign up. Keep the key dates and the sign-up dates in mind. With so much action planned, mark your calendar because you won't want to miss a single moment. Follow us on socials for the latest updates and get ready for an epic year with Game Changers EMEA in 2024.
Hello everybody and welcome back to another day of VCT EMEA Game Changers. We had some eliminations matches yesterday. We won't be having those today, but we will be seeing who's going to make it into the next round in the upper bracket. I'm your host Yingsu and I'm joined on the desk today by Tom and Billy. Hello guys, how are you guys doing? I'll start with you, Tom.
I'm doing pretty good. I'm happy I've been brought in for the good days, the days where nobody goes home, everybody gets to keep playing, and sent some people home yesterday that I wasn't here for. It's perfect.
Yeah, I'm excited to be here as well. Like Tom said, we get the nice matches where we don't have to send anyone home, but I mean, Stage 3, it's all to play for, so I'm looking forward to getting stuck into it.
Yeah, we will talk about those permutations in just a moment. But first, speaking of the teams that were knocked out yesterday, Billy, sadly, we've had to say goodbye to Odd One Out and KC.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's always sad to see teams drop out of the tournament, especially this early. And like both of these teams as well, they've dropped to Contenders throughout the year. They've struggled to kind of keep their main spot in that main event. So yeah, it's really sad to see them kind of go. Of course, Carmine Core really struggling against Valiant yesterday. Liza popping off absolutely insane, and of course that addition of Dream for this split has been really impactful in those clutch situations. So yeah, it's really difficult to see them leave.
Sorry, that defuse is just making me sad again, traumatizing me.
No, I think it's a scenario though where like you're looking at the teams that did manage to make it through and saying, okay, you've won those games relatively clean. I think because you're looking at a lot of teams right now, I know we'll look at the sort of point standings in a little bit, who they need to win if they're going to have an opportunity to actually make it through. So the fact that these are both 2-0 victories, both fairly dominant in such, I think is a good sign, especially when you consider like GX, who are a team we kind of expect to be in that upper half.
Yeah, and every single game has been a 2-0 so far at playoffs. And because we have Tom with us here today, that's definitely going to change.
All 6 maps.
Yeah, yeah, all 6 maps, couple of bugs as well, you know, the Tom Biz special.
No, don't say that.
But here's the thing, though. I think the saddest thing about what happened yesterday, Tom, is 2 players that have made every single GC champs that won't be going this time.
Yeah, for sure. I think that when we talk about the likes of Glance and Roxy, they're players who've been around the GC scene for quite a while, and what you can see from their words themselves that obviously it's going to be devastating, because I think there were a lot of high hopes on this Carmine Court roster. It's not like Carmine Court came in lightly and weren't investing into talent. They brought in 2 of the most experienced players that we have within the entirety of the scene, and I don't think either of them are going to be happy with the result that ended up.
Yeah, it's really sad. Like, they've had such a tough year as well. Like I say, having to fight through contenders, come back into the main stage. They didn't even do too bad in the group stages either, of stage 2 and stage 3. I mean, they finished second each stage, so going out this early, it is really sad for them. But I guess the silver lining of this is we are going to see more up-and-coming players go into Game Changers champs, which is really exciting.
Yeah, I'm going to say it, my favorite event of the year. I absolutely love this event. Here's the thing, though. We do have some scenarios left, some permutations, some shenanigans, but I'm going to try and simplify it a little bit, because we're going to take a look at the points distribution. G2 Gozen are 100% guaranteed to make champs. Y'all don't have to worry about that if you're a G2 fan. For Falcons, all you need to pray for is them beating Nasr today. They win, they're going. We're chilling, we're cool. GX is where things get a bit crazy. There's many different scenarios, but here's the thing. For them, for Nasr, for Heroic, for Valiant, they just have to win this entire stage in order to make it to champs. And we have seen it happen before, because there have been times, Billy, where G2 Gozen were not the team that go to champs based off winning this stage. It can happen. We've seen weirder things.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, best case scenario, just win the stage. I mean, you know that G2 have always got the reputation of not winning stage 3, which I know we'll dive into a little bit later. But yeah, I mean, how hard is it? Just win the whole stage.
Yeah, I think it's good as well for GX. Their goal is almost to just stop everybody else doing as well as them. If they finish above the teams below them, job done. They just have to make sure either they win or the 2 teams already above them win. Simple, right?
So simple. I mean, Smurfette and Ness were the duo that actually beat G2 to go to champs in Berlin last time. So, hey, maybe the stars are already aligned. But here's the thing, though. Before we come all the way to Berlin for champs, we will be holding a LAN for EMEA in the first time ever in GC history. Tom, I believe you're going to be there. So you want to sell Istanbul to the people at home so they can buy some tickets?
Food's banging. It's a nice place, but the weather's probably going to be decent. I don't know if you're anywhere else in Europe right now, but I can tell you for free, Turkish weather, a lot better than Berlin weather, a lot better than UK weather. So, you know, you can get a little bit of sun in the dying embers, and also you can watch some fantastic teams play Valorant. It's going to be a spectacle. It's in Turkey. The crowd's going to slap. So that's all you really need to know.
I love, Billy, how he made that like a secondary thing. It's like, go for the weather and food, and like, yeah, Valorant, by the way.
I live in Berlin, and I've just been to England. It rained every day, so I want it to be warm.
Yeah, I mean, the 2 words I picked up from that was, it's going to be banging, it's going to slap. I respect that, Tom.
What more do you need to know?
What more do you want? And speaking of something that bangs and slaps, we have a great match coming up first here, and it is going to be G2 Gozen versus Heroic. And my goodness, we talk about how G2 have this curse coming in, how they don't tend to win this stage. But surely, judging by their form, Tom, this is the time that they break that curse.
Yeah, that's the thing. I was looking at their form, like how they've been doing recently, and it is probably the best we've ever seen from Gozen. Now, it's not currently on there, but you look at, like, go back to last year, the final split, it didn't go their way, but they've been gradually improving as they go along. I guess split 2 technically slightly worse. They haven't lost a map so far in stage 3. They're in a position where they have beaten everybody 2-0. They haven't had a single map go in the other direction. I would be terrified to face off against them. And if we're being realistic, for quite a while, it's always seemed like, oh yeah, if you're fighting in GC EMEA, you're fighting for second place. And this is the team in first.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if we look back at G2 this time last year, they lost three series in their group stage before they went even into playoffs. So yeah, it's really nice to see them in a much better position this time round.
Yeah, it is indeed. And like I said, maybe this is the time they break the curse. They got to break it at some point. And one player I also want to highlight, who I believe, and I firmly feel free to challenge me, any of you. I don't think you will. I don't think the people in chat will as well. Is ResQ, Billy, surely the best player we have in the league right now?
Definitely. I mean, she came into this team knowing that she had shoes to fill, joining arguably the best team in EMEA. So I think that she's exceeded our expectations this year. I mean, her development as a player, she's had more confidence through boot camps. They've even had a LAN event in between. Like, it's just been so nice to see this young player's journey throughout and really find that what's the word I'm looking for? Just find that place on the team. You know, you wouldn't think that, oh, this is just someone that's come onto G2 goes in. You would look at her and go, yeah, this is an established player on G2 goes in.
Her only competition is on her own team. Like, it's between her and Vania, who is probably the best player in the league. Like, I don't think anybody else is even remotely close. And considering that, yeah, she kind of started as a player who, I don't want to say she wasn't bad. She just could have been better, and we've witnessed her just develop into an unbelievable talent within this team.
Yeah, I mean, in stage 1, I think there were probably 3 or 4 other duelists that people would put ahead of her. But at this point, I just think she's probably the best player in this league. And this is the thing, though. G2, they have faced Heroic already. And tell us what happened last time, Tom.
Look, Heroic are in the lead, and this was the only time they were in the league throughout the entirety of the series. It was bullying. I think that's what we can put it down to. This was G2 just in the zone all the way through. I think I will say as well, like, obviously you're going to look at this, you're going to look at the stats we've just shown, you're going to look at the fact that G2 are in unbelievable form. Of course, they're coming in as favorites. I don't think there's anybody in their right mind who's questioning that. The good thing, though, for Heroic is I think that they're looking like a different team to what we saw in the last stage. Like, they had a really rough showing. They started a little bit slow going into this one, but I think they've started to come into their own, beat some really top teams that I don't think we expected them to face off against. And although I would still favor G2, I think it could be a different story this time around.
Yeah, I think just to add to that, you know, Heroic have obviously had a couple of role swaps as well coming into this stage. So it's been really nice to see them kind of get on well in this stage as well. You know, they've got the addition of Fluxy coming in, previously on Odd One Out. And I'm just going to be interested in this series in particular to see, you know, what kind of impact is that actually having on the team. The girls have openly said that Fluxy is kind of bringing in good vibes and the hype. So I hope that that can help them bring this through it. And Fluxy herself has openly said that she wants to beat G2. So I hope to see that in the server today.
Oh, I wonder why she wants to be G2. Could it be that her teammate used to play on G2? For more on that, here's an interview with Sile. I'm now joined by Sile from Heroic. Welcome to the show, by the way. Now, of course, you guys have a big game up ahead of you today. And I just want to quickly pull some quotes that you've said and also your teammates have said. I think we asked you, one of our producers asked you, who do you want to go up against the most? Your coach said he wants the Sile revenge tour against G2. And I think almost all of your other teammates all said G2 as well. And so did you. So, I mean, there's a reason for that, right?
Yeah, I think the history with all the teams I've been on against G2 has just been losses. So I feel like we're finally on a good run and the team is feeling good. So I'm really excited to play this tournament against them.
It is the whole revenge thing. Is that how you feel?
Not necessarily. I would just like to win. I think it's not any like bad grudges or anything. It's just like a desire to finally beat them, I think.
This is the thing, though. I feel like you've developed so much as a player since then, you know, even in the last year, I would say, you know, the IGLing, everything looks great. How much do you feel like you've improved, and what areas, I guess, are you most proud of yourself to see that you managed to improve?
I think the whole IGL thing has been the biggest thing for me. It's definitely improved me a lot as a player, comms-wise, and it's been a little bit intimidating in the beginning. I've had a lot to learn, but I feel like I'm finally getting a hand of it, and I'm really proud of what we have achieved and what I have achieved these couple of weeks.
Is it fun to IGL?
Yeah, I find it fun now, I would say. Yeah, I'm enjoying it a lot, actually, and it's been a fun journey.
I feel like a lot of IGLs say that. I love hearing that. What is it about IGLing you feel like most people might not know about? Something that you feel like you really had to focus on, you really had to get yourself to try and overcome a challenge?
I think what I've talked to JT the most about, our coach, is like the confidence aspect of knowing you have the right idea and the right like thinking in your head, but getting it out and sounding confident and quick thinking has been the biggest thing for me.
I mean, your team must be kind of committing to your cause because you guys look so good, and especially in the last 3 games, you know, 2-0, 3 games in a row, KC, Falcons, GX, these are really good teams, and you guys are managing to best them in just 2 maps. How's that happened? How are you guys so good right now?
I think this is the performance that I expected going into this tournament, where we didn't really have the start that we wanted, which was the start that I expected us to have, which we're playing now. So I think maybe we had a little bit too much nerves, too much high expectations to ourselves. Where now we're finally relaxing and we're playing like I know we have been playing in Prague recently. So I'm just really happy with that.
I mean, you guys are looking like you're in great form. I can't wait for this match ahead of us. Thank you very much for your time and best of luck today.
Thank you so much.
I mean, they are in great form indeed, but here's the thing though, G2, it just feels like the final boss. Doesn't matter what form you are going to be in. And coming into this, since we just saw some footage of their last match against each other, are we anticipating, Tom, the same maps, same results?
I wouldn't be surprised if like maybe we saw them try and move the veto a little bit. I think when you get bodied by a roster, you never really want to go in the exact same direction as you did before. Even still though, I think no matter what maps it goes to, you're going to lean it to G2. They've got an incredibly strong map pool and they can kind of take it anyway. And especially with the lack of pressure of, well, the fact that they're already qualified. The only thing I'll say is the fact they're sticking to Ascent ban when their opponents aren't particularly good in it is a bit of a flex. And the fact that I think this means now that Heroic can get a pretty nice start with Abyss being a really strong map for them.
Yeah, I think a big question mark for me, though, is Heroic not banning out a bind. And of course, G2 are going to play into that. I mean, that has been their insta-ban all throughout so far. So, I mean, they're just going to let G2 pick that up. And we've not actually seen a bind from Heroic yet throughout this stage because it has been their insta-ban. So that's definitely going to be interesting to have a look at that one for sure.
This Abyss is going to be so interesting too, I think. It's just because Heroic is so confident on it. You heard it from Sile. Some of the issues that she had to overcome was confidence when it comes to IGLing, and I don't doubt that she has a lot to do with their successes so far. And as we look towards the last map, okay, there we go. It's looking like it's going to be Sunset. Are we at all, you know, worried for Heroic, or even Billy feeling like they could potentially do this today? Now we've seen the maps.
I feel like this is a nice map feel for Heroic, honestly. Like, if you look at Abyss, that's a really strong start for them. They've had 3 wins, 0 losses, and of course G2 as well, 2 wins, 0 losses. So it's kind of nice for them to actually practice this map against each other, I guess, and see who actually comes out on top and takes that first loss. So yeah, I think it's a nice map feel and kind of swings in favor of Heroic.
Yeah, I am a little bit surprised that we do see that Lotus not being picked up by G2, but I guess it's just, firstly, their bind has been very confident as of recent, played it 3 times already, and also, again, like when you have a closer matchup, maybe there's something that you want to try and work on a little bit, so they have the luxury, as said, of already being qualified, so you're going up against a G2 that has no pressure and has maybe even just an opportunity here to practice versus a solid Abyss team, and obviously with that bind being one that the opponent doesn't play, it kind of makes sense that you're going to try and just go, okay, this is something that should be a free win for us. We'll give Abyss a go to see if we can compete with them. And they both have fairly different outlooks when it comes to their choices on this map.
Yeah, and here we go. Here are the agents. I mean, G2 just very, very unconventional, Tom, when it comes to Abyss. Look at this comp.
It's like they've merged a few different ideas together. Like we saw like the Harbor come out from teams like Leviathan. We've seen Yoru be put in with some more explosive compositions. This is stupidly disruptive. Like it's going to be so difficult to play against in a standard sort of manner, but they are starting on defense. So we'll see how that Yoru is going to be set up for Rescue and if she can have impact, as if that's ever a real question.
I think the thing from Heroic as well, like I kind of mentioned it briefly in the pre-show, was like it's going to be interesting to see how those role swaps take place. You know, you have Fluxley jumping onto that controller, forcing Lida to kind of move into the Initiator Flex role, and of course you've got Superfrog moving from Initiator to Sentinel. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays a part in the matchups today.
Well, absolutely no pressure for the side of G2. As you guys mentioned, they have already qualified, but for Heroic, this could be the furthest they'll ever, at least so far, in their organization, have gone in GC. I can't wait to see it, and our casters are ready. It's the lovely Ash, and I think Mitch, yeah?
Thank you very much, Sue. Yes, I am here. It's great to be back with you, Ash, on GC. I got to leave that Tom Biz guy behind. I'm glad we don't have to listen to him waffles during the game. Am I right?
Yeah. I guess so. You're Mitch, right?
Yeah, that's me. Nice to meet you. I
Nice
think
to
we've
meet
worked
you too.
together before, like once or twice. I don't know. But I'm
Maybe
sure
a
we're
couple
going to have a
times.
good time. Well, we've got some good games lined up for the folks at home. Obviously, you've just heard the desk introduce the first game. And look, there's a clear favorite from the get-go. We heard some conversations on the desk, and I think Billy had a good swing to it that Heroic maybe have a decent veto ahead of them here. But Ash, do you really see a reality where G2 go into any map feeling like the underdogs?
Is that something that you really I feel like that's a rhetorical question.
Right?
At the end of the day, right? Like, I don't think that that's even something that maybe even crosses their minds at any point.
Never.
Realistically.
Never.
And I don't even think that necessarily has to do with their results even. I feel like these players just have so much confidence that the idea of something like that isn't even on their radar. Like, their mental is above and beyond even having to consider that as a factor going into a matchup. But as we head into Abyss, I'm really looking forward to seeing how this very unconventional composition in G2 goes up against something that's a bit more typical on the side of Heroic. And initial mid aggression and engagement here for both teams looking for this space early on in the pistol.
Yeah, there's going to be a little bit of a battle around middle that sees Rescue fall right off rip, and G2 want to make up for that lost information, spreading out to push down on the B site. Vanya, already tagged desperately low, is going to rely on Amy for the opening duel, but no one's here. Heroic have just started to shift in the other direction. The call from Sile brings them to the A site. As Breach with the spike rotates in, there's players right behind them.
I love how after that fight was lost in mid, though, after they saw a couple of players, they take that opportunity to actually scale out of B, making this a very easy read here for the side of G2 and heading into the trap play on their side as well, while Heroic is trying to take this backside control.
Oh, okay. The nano trades actually come in, but Mimi's in trouble down below. Fluxy managing to find one. The newcomer on the site. They're going back. No, they're not. They're planting. They're going into main. Indeed, they are. Amy has a fight on her hands, but she's been spotted. Element of surprise gone. 9 HP on her teammate. It's got to be Amy to do some damage here. And there's already a bit of a flank going in. Superfrog's got this round cleaned up just in case it's needed. Amy will have to clean up those players on site even quicker, where this one is going to fall out of her hands right off rip. And one shot landed won't quite be enough. 2 kills for Amy, but a round for Heroic.
Very comfortable pistol for them. A big part of that was just the opening that they were able to find in mid. I think it was a really nice response there on the side of G2, but very well handled with a scaling towards back site. And again, curious to see how this, I guess, how they continue to approach this defense side on G2, right? Because we saw them initially starting out this map with both controllers on B. There is the opportunity with Asher, you can globally just smoke for A, so it doesn't really matter. But for their eco strat here, it's going to be this walk down. And this is something that we typically see from G2. Every once in a while, they'll throw it into a match where they do go for those eco pushes. And Heroic are very ready for it, waiting back in spawn.
I think it's the right kind of play. Let's see if it has any reward. For now, nothing in 1 kill. That's all there is to write home about. I believe that is going to be a Bulldog lost, but at the end of the day, that's not the worst that could have come from that situation.
It's a very no mess, no fuss round there for Heroic at the very least. So comfortable for them. And it is a really nice crossfire setup here as well. And we'll see how things continue to flow forward. What's your take on this comp here on the side of G2 actually?
You know, I like the Euro on this map. I think, you know, there's been plenty of examples, even in GC, of it working. I will say the Harbor, I'm not really behind Harbor at all. I'm curious to see sort of more from Vanya. Vanya's a player I'm not going to get myself into the business of doubting anytime soon. No. So, I mean, I guess I like it. I feel like in general, so Harbor's going to be good for seizing some of the space. You're seeing it right at the start here. The wall used to block out mid and just sort of strangle your opponents for actual control. But I'm curious to see how it manages on those actual retakes, on keeping Heroic out, because they can play a little bit more aggressive. Not with Adora down, though. They've already lost one. That's the entry, but they've at least managed to get their spike into position by the looks of things.
Yeah, safe plant secured at the very least, but very slowly falling apart here with the advantage that G2 has found themselves in early on into this post plant.
Yeah, a couple picks, lots of damage. Heroic in a bit of a struggle spot. Light is going to stay close. Reveal goes through. It's broken, but not in time. They've spotted her, and she's so low. Not going to be easy. Last on that site with Scylla. Round the back, being the last one standing now. 4 to take down. First one is tagged already. So is one more, but up top comes Vanya to close the round out. The Harbor doing the work this time, at least.
Yeah, it was a lot of this round, I think, for the bonus of Heroic, really relied on Superfrog finding that timing through mid, and Petra just happened to be around the corner to clean things up off the back of the reveal from the alarm bot there. But I do agree with you, going back to what we were talking about before on that Harbor pick. I think that it's interesting how he's able to be used as an agent to take space, but when you think of Vanya as a player, and how she likes to play, it feels like Harbor is maybe a little bit outside of that realm. We're very used to typically seeing her on that Omen pick on most maps, and her ability to reposition, play very aggressive. Meanwhile, she has to take a bit more of a backseat approach, I feel, when she is going to be on this Harbor.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, it's all about adjustment, right, for players. And I guess over time, we've even seen it recently with like Alpha Year, for example, saying he wants to play every single agent in the game. He's just bored. So I think it's healthy anyways, even if you don't get to that length, always be able to add that little bit of extra depth. I do also think that most teams don't play against a Harbor, so it's going to be something to maybe make players uncomfortable, put them on the back foot in those engagements. There's always some good ideas behind these things. For Heroic, planting Adora up close has been spotted already by the decoy, just about able to make it back to sight, but goes out for another fight. Lands it onto Rescue. A nice opening with damage done onto Amy, and more to be found, but Mimi... Well, Superfrog is up above. Despite Mimi's kill and the site control taken, there's going to be breach utility to slow. Double flank on the way as well. Superfrog is only the first wing of this play. And if she goes down, there's going to be a second Fluxy coming in. Right now, they think Heaven secured. All I got to worry about is main, but then in comes the Heaven player. The second one to close out the round. Fluxy tying a knot on that for 3.
It's a really nice post plant there from Heroic. The fact that they go back for that wrap towards mid, take control of tower there as well, makes it so uncomfortable for G2, although they're able to break back into that site. Again, I feel like we're going to continue to have our eyes on Superfrog for the late mid positioning, where she's trying to catch those timings, and it really makes the difference on the side of G2, making it very difficult for them to feel comfortable in that retake situation.
Well, that's it. And for G2, pistols. As a result of the last couple of rounds, the credits are not quite there. It's going to be a scrappy one, and they tried to group up. We've seen this. You were talking about it earlier, Ash, when we saw it on B with the 5-player push-up. This time, the idea was to get aggro on A. Reveal goes up, and Heroic go out, moving to the B site, which is pretty wide open.
Yeah,
although the spike hasn't moved yet.
Fair. Just early signal from the turret there, but I'm going to take it down early and then try and re-clear towards main. But that initial pick from Amy is massive.
Does a lot, potentially. If they could take that gun, it would be huge, but there's players still sticking around. The Star has gotten them across. They've recovered the rifle. Okay, Petra's out. dodge the spams on the way, and that's at least something to fight with. But they don't have the ground to fight on. The B side is already being taken, as we can see, and with the smoke up top, unless there's a crazy play from Rescue, if she had a flash, maybe. Oh, looking the wrong way in traffic. Adora being flattened, and that's another rifle on the ground to be retrieved. That's the advantage now for G2, and the TP, the gate crash used here by Rescue. Oh, she's hungry. She's looking for some picks. And already another victim spotted. Lyda on the site. The only player there. The cross covered by Fluxy. The challenge for Rescue. She wins it. Going up top to finish Lyda and will find it as well. 3 kills here in the eco. And a massive start for G2 with only 1 left. Rolling Thunder in a precarious position. They could go flying, but it's too late. It's too late to stop it. The round is going to G2.
So it was a lovely thrifty round out the side of G2 to try and now continue to close this gap as they push forward. Heroic gives so much respect to the space that had been taken out of A, just heading straight over towards that B site after the initial engagement. They spotted 1 to 2 players, weren't sure if they were going, I guess, for the same push. Maybe if there were a couple more on the other side, didn't want to risk fighting into it, and that respect is what ends up being kind of their downfall for that round, being able to comfortably pick up that initial Vandal and then still having the 2 players that were leaning over towards B. G2 did really well with the information they were given and the information that they had been denying over towards the side of Heroic. Into this round though,
No more charges left.
I love how, again, there's continuous respect to be given towards this mid space, with just the harbor wall that goes up, denies that vision, and it's really only the cam that gets used and shot out right off the gate.
Yeah, so it's just slowing down your information in the early round, right? Like right now, Rescue in position, you don't know. Every single round, Rescue could be here. Every single round, G2 could know that nobody is in vent, and so you don't know what mind games you're playing. You don't know where you can step. You don't know what they're thinking, and that's a big benefit.
It absolutely is. Mid though,
Lurk.
to be 1 out at the very least. That's a call for a bit of a pivot now over towards that B site, but they've been flip-flopping Mimi from B to A depending on the round. Typically it's been leaning over towards that B setup, so they're kind of trying to push Heroic now into this exec over towards the trap site with the Killjoy.
Yeah, and they've read the rotation. 4 players have just rotated in. G2 are here, not just the Killjoy setup, but the rest of the squad to back it up. Heroic have walked right into it, right into the trap. A lockdown to be used as well, pushing them further back. Rolling Thunder put into play for the attackers. They try to seize the space with time desperately low, and picks coming their way. The advantage for now, 8 seconds though, and the spike needs to be planted. This is G2's moment to strike. Wall one's distracted, Super Fraud all alone and left that way. G2 dominating in the retake and equalizing the scoreline early on.
What an insane recovery from G2 to take this 3-3. I love the idea from Heroic. Yeah, they were running low on time. They had to get that plant down, but they were looking to fight forward. However, that was also massive investment coming out from them in response to the Cosmic Divide that had been thrown up. And you have that Rolling Thunder as well, trying to take down the lockdown. An expensive round there for G2, but they make it all worthwhile. And I think the adjustments were good from Heroic, but at the end of the day, G2, when it comes down to those mechanics, they won out in those gunfights.
Absolutely did. And, you know, that's sort of the caveat coming into today. And why we say this, you know, you can look at statistics, you can look at form recently for teams, but the reality is it's just something different to ask you to beat a squad like G2 as individuals. They are some of, if not the best, that are out there. And well, if anyone wants to contest that, they can do it on the server. Right now, 3-3. It's an equal game, equal footing with G2. Under pressure on the A site, they've been surrounded. And Heroic are now starting to push that pinch into full effect. Petra comes into support, and that cleans up the round quickly. The harbor wall put into play, but the round's over. Before it can have any impact, it's Mimi with a triple to put G2 into the lead.
That is comfortable for them. And now, again, due to the thrifty round that G2, the pay safeguard thrifty round that they were able to find earlier on, it's now a bit more uncomfortable on the side of Heroic now for their economic situation, right? Bit of that back and forth, being forced onto the eco in that last round, now trying to scale that back up. Meanwhile, G2 with the 3 rounds in a row. They've amassed a good amount of money for themselves. Rescue is going to be popping the operator out here as well, going for initial aggression here towards B main.
Rescue, smoked off for a second, but steps out and gets out. That is beautiful. An opening pick for G2. And of all the rounds to do it in, this is the one that Heroic are hoping can be the reset, their bounce back into the game. And it starts with Fluxy going down. A lot of utility removed from Heroic's game plan.
Yeah, just having to kind of circle back, look for a bit more of that information. Superfrog very consistently being able to put this pressure towards mid. Opportunity to walk up here now as well. Again, always leaving that late vents control an option that's open here. And Superfrog's position is also going to catch out on the rotation. And she should be able to hear over towards mid.
Oh my goodness. Evidently, there was an iota that there were players up in heaven, but there were not. They had fallen back and instead focus on a mid fight that gets another advantage. Then G2 popped the ult on Yoru, finding these players pushing through to the spawn. I mean, this is just frustrating from the side of Heroic. They can't get an even fight until now. And even then, it's going to be a 2v4 pushing through a choke point up against an operator to get the spike that's on the other side. It's not going to be easy, it's fair to say. And for Adora with 85 HP and a rifle that, well, let's say will be valuable for the next round. I don't think saving's even a, never mind a choice. It's not an option at this point. 6 seconds ticking away. The operator holding the walk back to pick up the triple. Rescue with another noteworthy round, and G2 with another round to the good.
Very solid protocols coming out from G2 there. The reclear towards mid, knowing that they're eventually going to have to deal with Superfrog's positioning, how she typically tries to break that vent's door. And then when it's that A hit, they know that she's going to be wrapping around and trying to get that heaven control when they're looking for that retake. And it's just been great adjustments so far overall. Very well read into what Heroic are trying to pull out in these rounds and forcing them to use their first time out.
Yeah, it's a moment to gather themselves. Like I said, that last round really felt like their opportunity to reset. They get their rifles online. They get a few ultis. I believe the Hunter's Fury even committed for space clearing. And at the end of the day, you lose that round and you start to really throw up the warning flags at this point, because you're looking at a likely 6-3 unless they can pull off a pay safe card thrifty of their own. And from that point, you lose that buy round in this half that was not only contested recently, but you were in control of. 3-1 start, right? Everything's looking good. That falls apart very quickly. It's a slippery slope that you can't allow G2 to start the snowball on.
No, you definitely can't. And you think about like the brain power, I want to say, on the side of G2 as well. Just the fact that you have 3 players who have had that IGL experience previously, the reads that they're able to find, just their experience on the server as well.
Get out of my way.
Nice opening pick. At this point, the experience on the server for Heroic in the early round is not fun. They're getting valuable players picked off. A few rounds ago it was Fluxy. Now it's Adora. In an eco round like this, Adora is probably the one you don't want going down, taking the space. I suppose her or Fluxy is going to be pretty bad either way. Now it comes down to someone else to take that space, and it is Fluxy jumping through the choke point and just seizing all that space and finding an opening kill. Fluxy is the new jet of the team. She's the new duelist. 2 kills already picked up. All right, fair enough. Finally, she'll fall. Not a fair fight, mind you. That wasn't a heads-up duel, and Superfrog trades it right back. G2 are in some serious trouble in this round out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult one still for Heroic, considering the health here on Lida. Only having that Sheriff in hand, but very winnable on the side of Heroic. The opportunity definitely there, especially with the shock lineups up and ready.
Good. Cove. They're going to get quite a bit of pressure on, and actually, it's just the tap. The utility's going to be thrown out, but they just want the fight, and G2 will get it now halfway with Mimi planted on the left to catch the walk through, and we'll even find the orb 2 away from a lockdown to close this. Look, an impressive recovery in the end, a well-played end to the round, but what the hell was Fluxy doing? How was she able to just walk into the A site, open it up all by herself with a Sheriff? That's madness.
No, it's crazy. I'm sure we'll see a little bit of what actually happened here, just that ability to contact in and take some of these angles, but it is pretty wild, realistically. But again, what's a more iconic duo than Game Changers players and their sheriffs on these thrifty rounds?
Yeah, and you know, if you were going to think that Heroic would make a dent in that round, it would be Adora with the Blade Storm. Like, as soon as she goes down immediately to the op, you're like, okay, well, this round is done. You know, I'm lucky, but oh, never mind. And another
elbow.
The same thing for Rescue works out again. Hunter's Fury put through on the info, and it grabs a double tag. So many players desperately low, but that won't stop Rescue from hitting them with the op anyways. Another kill under her belt, and well, I can feel another Rescue 3K coming on.
Yeah, just the audacity to even try and push past that Cosmic Divide there as well, to peek out, TP away. Super Frog again with this tower control, but G2 so aware of it.
They're watching. Oh, they were waiting, but not winning the fight. And the read here from Super Frog going back to watch the flank. The timing's a little bit off, and that might be what ends up catching her. Yeah, she's gone back to watch an event. Flying from Mimi's going to be perfect. On the site now, low HP players await. And here comes the push. Rescue drop before the 3K can come to fruition. Vanya finds the kill. Mimi on her way into heaven. All Vanya has to do is wait, delay, and that's what the Cove is doing. It keeps eyes set on her position. And that's why Super Frog's looking the wrong way with just one left to deal with. Vanya had that one clean, and 7 on the board for G2. This is a strong statement from the defensive side. A couple of hiccups. You can see Heroic have got the chances, but G2 are running away with the rounds.
Again, I feel like it comes down to just so much depth in micro plays, individual decision making from the players on the side of G2. Like, Mimi's timing, the positioning in mid was everything on this retake to be able to find that information towards Heaven, make it much more doable and whittle down those numbers into this 2v1 scenario. And it says so much about just how G2, again, are continuously able to read into these rounds here of Heroic, where it's not like there is just kind of, I guess, the initial default that we see out of Heroic, how they like for that to go for that mid control, etc. But there's also depth to how they're looking to play these rounds as well on the execution. Sometimes they go a little bit faster, speed up that tempo, and go for a bit more of a brazen exec on site. But then you also have those rounds where they try to contact up. They're shaking things up on the side of G2, and G2 themselves are just adapting so well in response.
It's taken a minute 10 of contact play from Heroic to get up to this A choke point. They're expanding stuns and throwing drones and everything just to try to get rid of Rescue. Worried about that op going for what feels like a 4th, 5th, 6th peek into A main, but instead Rescue is on mid, as is found out by Super Frog. Another opening pick for the operator, and another ultimate on the back of it, now used to again spot these players getting aggressive. Every time Heroic try to throw in this little bit of a twist to the play, Rescue ults, spots them, and gives the info away. Doesn't flash, doesn't get out of there, just ults in the open. What's happening? This is madness. Heroic has seized the round back. Adora and Fluxy, both desperately low up against Vanya. You blink, and you will be very confused when you open your eyes again, and it's a 1v2 with low HP. Adora still wins the fight, and Heroic walk out of that round with a victory.
I don't even run the replay. Like, the fact that they just push into heaven, they're getting your ulted. All the information is in the hands of Rescue, and the quick adaptation for Adora and Fluxy to just take that tower control, bust down on the lockdown that was thrown out as well. There was no panic. Heroic knew exactly what they wanted to do in that post plant to reply, and they find all of the success off of it.
That was utter craziness. And the best part about that for Heroic, you know, getting the round on the board late in the half, maybe a 7-5 still possible. This is all fantastic, but they just beat G2 at what I think is a G2 round. That's how G2 win a lot of those rounds, and they gave them a taste of their own medicine. Now trading out on the B side and thinking about going for a little bit more. They get players close. Rolling Thunder goes through, catches some of them. That leaves only one to push up. Lyda gets isolated. Flash out. Rescue's looking for more. Almost finds it. It's an awkward fight, but she gets away with it. Spots the player. Caught by the Rolling Thunder seconds ago. Hits the headshot through the wall, but it's not enough. Fluxy still alive down below. 1v3. Spike in the open. 50 seconds. It's not an easy one. It's the last round of the half. There's no conversation of saving.
No, there isn't. Giving a mid-site smoke for the opportunity to reposition, but G2 aren't going to give her anything. They're just going to stick together, play numbers as they should. This is a smart way to play this round because they're aware that Fluxy is going to try and look for a pick early on before trying to secure this plant, or even just try and fight them in general.
The only option is to group up. I like it. I agree with you. It's the smart play, and they've even got a fourth player of the turret spotting the walk up in heaven. No risk of losing one player to spotting it when you've got the turret online, and that's just mitigating the options for Fluxy. Down to just the plant. The Reckoning comes into play. Here's the retake ability of that harbor, spotting out Fluxy. A flare in the sky for everybody on G2. They know exactly where she is, and no choice but to be moving around as well. 8 on the board for G2 at the half.
Yeah, they're not taking any chances in this matchup, as they shouldn't. We've seen insane plays coming out from Heroic, but I'm looking forward to seeing how they continue to handle things and if they're able to flip the script once we head on to attack.
Welcome back, folks. 8 rounds for G2 as they move to their attacking half on Abyss, not looking to drop their Abyss, instead forcing that down to Heroic. Now, look, defensive side, 4 rounds. Ash, I think it's fair to say Heroic are going to put a lot of stock in this pistol.
Oh, they absolutely are. It's a must-need for them. We have to remind ourselves as well that this is their map pick here on Abyss. That they've been undefeated on this map, and it's been relatively comfortable for them as well, aside for their close game against Giant X during the group stage. But realistically, it's important, I think, especially when you look into this veto as well, for Heroic to secure this first one if they want a chance to bring things closer in this best of 3.
Well, their defense was strong up against Falcons, dominated them. I think it was 10 rounds. Here, Heroic will have to channel some of that energy at least. The opening trades go well for the side of G2, dealing damage not just to Adora, but to Sile as well, leaving her down on 22 HP. And the late round, as we see it play out, Heroic have no information. They had 3 players on the B site, where G2 had the contact moments ago, where they stacked up, and where they currently are. They start to doubt it. You don't see any more contact, no utility. You think they rotate.
Just their ability to pause right outside of that site. Now the information will be given, right? Heroic going for a 3-person flank here. But this positioning, this timing, especially with the fault line to be used here as well, Amy will know, playing so far back in spawn.
Obscuring vision.
I like the adjustment from Heroic. I like the fault line usage, but it's the readjustment from Amy. The fact that she's expected that retake of space with B being so easy to seize. Now they've got a player behind them. Heroic need to be quick, pushing up towards that B site, and that means Fluxy needs to be as well. A fast play for the side of Heroic. We'll see if it works out with picks already going to G2. It's not looking likely. Res Q swinging up close, and now left just a 20 HP on Super Frog. A quick conclusion, and with G2 taking 9, this could be a quick half.
And they're feeling very comfortable, to say the least, with how this next half has started out. And again, they had the momentum on their side, right? Like, yes, 8-4 half, The 4 rounds were able to be found there by Heroic, but once the buys came through, they only had 1 round that was able to really break up the chain of rounds that G2 were able to bring together. They continue to flow through with that.
You know, looking at the timeline, this is where a lot of the time I would say, okay, the pistol goes to G2. This is kind of the game starting to end. It really is. And just looking at the timeline, that's how it tends to play out. When you win 3-1 up and then the map swings out of your control. The one thing I'll say is the fact that so many of the rounds were close for Heroic does give me a little bit of confidence that they're not just going to let this one slip out. They're not going to peter out of this map and hope to reset on bind. I think there's still a chance for a resurgence here. And absolutely, we've seen teams come back from way worse score lines. But a pistol here, we're looking at double digits for G2 most likely. We'll see what Heroic can do, if anything, with these classics.
Yeah, curious to see what the adjustment's going to be. G2 are kind of anticipating, again, Heroic to go searching for a bit of information this late into a round. Heroic are more than happy to play a little bit further back. They'll give up that mid control, knowing that they don't really have the weaponry to contest. Try to play those numbers. That spot, though, is going to call for full rotation from the B site.
And it's heard. It's heard and spotted. Not quite dealt with just yet. Luckily, Rescue vanishes out of thin air. And Fluxy's left frustrated. The site of A is taken. Mimi walked in with the smokes, and Heroic are close by, ready to go. Flash primed and ready, fired in, and Mimi stands now. She turned from it and made it out
lives
with her life. The trades coming in thick and fast. Not trades of death, trades of damage. And leaving Fluxy with her 48 HP from earlier to go running or jumping to her death. That is double digits secured for G2.
Yeah, and Andalusia flawless here for the side of G2, and double digits as well, with a fairly comfortable round there for, well, very comfortable round there for them. Their bonus is going to look extremely strong. I like how Mimi's still getting shot. She's just like, I'm just going to walk down the stairs right now. Like, I'll see you guys later. Get out.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Hey, listen, she barely made it out. Made that call at just the right moment, evidently. This one here, very big round for Heroic. If you're thinking of a comeback, this is the swing round. This is where it begins. 10-4. Almost a final stand.
Yeah, the thing is, they do have the Harper ult available here as well. Can make all the difference on the bonus here for G2.
Could buy them space, and you can see that Heroic are playing off site, certainly not wanting to be caught by it. That is the point of entry. Drones passing each other in the night, but it was Adora pushing up to try to find a pick, denied. G2 sent back in the other direction, but they won't find a B site any less defended.
No, a minute in and the trip's already gone here on this side as well. Super Frog on top of that.
Oh, nice flash, but they're already retreating into the smoke. Safely making it away was Fluxy. But still, Super Frog goes down. Like you said, the traps dealt with early. Left you with a cipher that your only value is really to fight. And the fight not going her way. Rescue. Oh, this is a risky play. They've got the advantage, but Rescue is greedy.
Oh, ew.
3 found, 4 on the back, and an ace with a rifle picked up, and plenty of bullets. It's 5 on the board. Rescue, sensational on this map. But now, that little bit better with the whole squad cleaned up in a swing round. Heroic might just have been put to bed.
21-11. Rescue touted the best player in the scene right now within our region by the analyst desk, and this is why. She makes it look way too easy. Guardian for the first 4 and closing things out with the Vandal. You'll love to see the fist bumps when they're playing together on boot camp and everything like that, but I don't know if Heroic can come back after that round.
Yeah, that's a timeout round if ever I've seen one. It's the fact that they do it with a 5v4, and it comes back to on the defensive side, you see this flare from Rescue. Peeks A main with the op, peeks A main with the op. What do you think she's doing the third round? Peek and A main with the op. And you just, at some stage, you're like, there's no way she's going to do it again. And that's the point where she absolutely does. And then eventually, when that team decides, and this is the read that she has as well, it's not just relentless aggression, it's then the reposition in middle on the 4th round, because they commit the recon, they commit the stun, they commit the drone to clearing that angle, to finally getting Rescue out of position, and Rescue's got an opening pick on mid. It's just so frustrating to deal with the player that you can't quantify what their next action is going to be, because they just don't respect you as a player, as a team. They're just coming in to say, I'm better, and I'm going to show it to you.
And it's undeniable, right? So, like, you look at the numbers even in this stage, for stage 3 of Game Changers EMEA, Rescue topping the leaderboard in ACS at 296.7 on average. A nearly 300 average ACS for this player, and tells you how much impact he's able to have for this team. And slowing things down, G2. I'm not afraid to pause and play far back on their defaults here on the attacking side. Again, expecting Heroic to be hungry for a bit of information. Look how that Harbor Wall is just able to pull Adora straight off of that A main control that she initially started this round off with.
Yeah, the stranglehold of early information. We saw it on the defense, and you know, it's decent for getting a player pushed up, but here, even more so. Now, I like it. So the wall used, you know, they're not going to stick to holding mid. They don't want to stick around after losing that information sometimes. So Rescue feels out the space. This time, it is occupied. It is watched. Heroic find the opening pick. Adora has a chance for a little bit more. Gets out of there with the dash and 20 seconds to plant the spike, and it's still in main. They need space. G2 are getting aggressive because of that. They can't allow this plant to be interrupted. So they need to fight before Heroic get near that site. 12 seconds as the plant is started. Heroic don't decide to execute just yet. They know there's enough time for a reset if they stop one plant. Well, instead, wait for their moment, for their window. And here it is. And Super Frog's the one to open it. Conscious of a player potentially being in the vents, but it won't matter. Picked off from the site. Now comes a player to heaven, and the vents one is dealt with. Vanya down on site. A stranglehold surrounded. Heroic have got this everything lined up for them, but they're still losing the fights. And Lyda left alone. 1 versus 1. It's Amy buying time, running the clock down, but it's being diffused. Half already. They've come off it and swung wide for the win. Lyda getting this round across the line is pivotal for Heroic. A loss here is the map gone. Their pick down and out, but instead, they've got a lifeline.
There couldn't be a more pivotal swing round right now for Heroic to win. And this is considering Reckoning gets used in the post plant there as well. And G2, we're trying to find some of that control, push one of those lanes over towards tower, deny that in the retake to Heroic, who adapted so well. They played a little bit further back, again anticipating the space that G2 were going to try and look for. We head into this next round though. Dimensional Drift available here for Rescue alongside that Cosmic Divide. Curious to see if there will be a set play in the execute. Maybe change the pace a little bit here.
It certainly looks like it with everybody grouped up on this side. Same old wall deep down to deny information, and now they grab some of their own on the side of G2. They've spotted 1, they've spotted 2. You'll certainly suspect someone to be in heaven. Rescue's had some interesting ults. Let's see how this one goes. Inside the smoke, nice and safe. Rifle didn't come out. It was the classic in hand, and the switch caught her lacking. Vanya able to at least recover 1, but the advantage still sits with Heroic for now, and a brave play around the side for Adora. Cleans up Petra with the trade. Mimi, 1v3, and out of here with the spike. This is going to be a tough clutch to make happen.
At the very least, we'll be able to get a little bit of that extra cash flow down and secure the lockdown here as well. I don't know, Mimi up, lockdown in hand, all the space that she could possibly want on this A site. If she finds an early pick in this 1v3, if she's able to maybe split Heroic up from each other, it's not impossible. It would depend on Heroic making some sort of grave mistake though in this retake.
Yeah, if they go, I mean, it's a Scooby-Doo scenario, right? If they do split up, they could be in trouble. It could get spooky. But if they stick together, they've got the power in their numbers. That's exactly what they're doing. All three coming from heaven. This should be impossible for Mimi to make work. A recon that reveals her position as well. They have the info. They've got it stacked up as well. A firing squad that will not miss the second peak. Heroic on the climb back. 5 rounds behind.
Making it look doable here. Definitely a lot of possibility, but this was also a big ultimate round from both teams, right? Investments from both sides. Now, I believe both should be dry aside from the lockdown that we just... Okay, no, there's Cosmic Divide available here for Lixie as well, but with Heroic now kind of clawing back into the second half, G2 pull out a timeout of their own. I think what they're struggling with a little bit right now is Heroic's ability to kind of fast flood back onto site. They're doing really well to stick together, and I feel like G2 have been going for a couple like solo hero plays, particularly in those post-plant situations when they're trying to push a lane to deny that for the retake.
Well, this timeout will look to iron out those issues. And yeah, for the side of G2, you know, a lot of those rounds where they send out the hero plays, I agree. They can maybe tighten those up, and maybe that will be the conversation. But the other side of the coin is you keep doing them and they'll work eventually. And for G2, that is more true than any team out there. They've got a lot of options and a lot of rounds to test out whatever ideas they want to. A lockdown coming into this, either for seizing space or for controlling it afterwards. There's not going to be a whole lot that can be done from Heroic to deny. So if space is taken, if a site is seized, they could be in a bit of trouble. I see G2 early, though. They're going to send Mimi to one side of the map. Spike sitting in mid. We could have a slow start.
Yeah, potential slow start. A very typical split that we see coming out from G2 on their defaults, whether it's a heavy lean towards A or B. Typically favoring starting over towards that B side, though, trying to poke some holes in the defense by taking out some of those tripwires early on from Super Frog, but to no avail this time around.
And there's that wall again. This time trapwire waiting for the walkthrough so they don't have to commit to that mid hold, at least not on the B connector side. Although I see players start to move in this direction. Jet in mid this time as well. It looks like they want to recontest for the space off contact. Adora is certainly waiting for it. It won't be offered up. And Heroic waiting for the contact on mid, taking contact on A. They see nothing. If the decision is to walk back, this could be a critical error. Look how many of G2 are sat outside A.
Probably heard the turret didn't want to give that signal over. Concern about G2 also having control over tower, but the way that Amy has just walked in here, camera could reveal her positioning, but Superfrog isn't able to solo on this site really pop that info.
Oh, they faked it. It's a huge fake. A harbor wall and a decoy and a flash, and that's it. That's all they've done here. They've put 3 pieces of utility into play, and all 5 of Heroic are still stood on the A site while the plant is coming in, while 4 players are on B, while 1 is sitting waiting for the rotate on mid. Well, you talked about Heroic's ability to flood back into a site. They're going to have to wait a moment because there's a lockdown to delay them.
Yeah, and with how late the rotation came over towards B as well, there's no opportunity to try and flood back in and even try to break the lockdown. Forced to respect it in that regard.
It's actually used so early because they don't expect Heroic to be that late. Rescue lands onto Silate. That was the flank being sent out. Only now, G2 have so much control, and with 2 inside the smoke, there is no rooting them from this position. They are standing strong as Heroic crawl. 1 mistaken call, and that is all they needed. G2 find the crack in their armor, and 6 rounds in a row needed for Heroic to get an overtime. This Abyss is looking to fall into G2's hands.
All of that due to the information that Amy was able to find on that B site there as well. A position that I feel like she's just so well known for within this scene. Her ability to find those timings, get that lurk information, and be able to make those mid-round calls or assist with them for her team. She's always been so consistent in that regard. Much earlier B info found this time with Adora pushed up at the op.
Oh, but really hung out to dry. The dash doesn't get her all the way back, and Rescue's there to take the kill. That's a big gun lost immediately, a big player, more importantly, and Heroic on the rotate to the B site. 3 players now in position, but G2 aren't looking to commit. Same old story. They pump the brakes and just wait.
Yeah, see if Heroic will continue to bite off a little bit more. Lexi's going to take her turn this time around.
Right there.
Spotted. It's the all posted. The harbor wall used to send them back. Spike is about to be picked up, but the positions in mid are huge. It's not just Rescue who we're on board with, but Petra as well. But Rescue's the one with the opportunities. Look at the rooting of these players. 3 on the way. Rescue's hearing the step, knows that she's got 1 lined up, knows there's further rotations underway. Lida in danger. The flash is good, but Lida's reactions are better. In for a little bit more. That's a foothold for them.
Spike planted.
All drone to clear over towards tower, but look at the positioning. Aware of the fact that Petra has probably snuck into vents, but she's so deep that the drone's not going to be able to find her.
Start to wonder, is she wrapping behind you as well? And that is the paranoia game she's playing. Going for it late. The jump's just been made as they get out of range. I don't think they've heard it. So if they can hold on the site, G2 will have 1 player, Petra, on the flank, catching them just as they're going for the defuse. Still holding strong in main. Picks need to go Heroic's way here and now. They need them fast with the flank landing right now. It's already been spotted. Petra knows the diffuser's right in front of her and lands both kills to close a 13-6. This was Heroic's map pick, but G2 have dominated.
That they have. They look so good on this map. The adjustments, the creativity that we see out from G2, and just generally their ability to, I feel like, flip rounds that shouldn't even be possible. But Heroic, I feel like they did really well as far as trying to put up a good fight. But at the end of the day, when it came down to a lot of the mechanical skills, I feel like G2 were just on a different level with how they were taking those gunfights.
Yeah, I do think there's a couple of rounds there that I would maybe swing Heroic's way. And you know, this is one of those games you often see like a 13-10 that you're coming out of thinking, yeah, but they won both pistols and a couple of rounds they shouldn't have. Maybe it was not as close a game as it seems. This, I think, is the opposite, where yes, it's a 13-6, but Heroic won't go deflated into the next map. At least that's my hope.
That is true, but we're going to head to a quick break.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. Throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and fight. They won't take you You must follow me, my friend. Stay together, we can make it home again. Take a look at this place once more. The people, the home that you're fighting for. The throne calls your name, you know it's your time. Good will stand and the shadows will hide. 1,000 souls listen at your side. Take your people into the light. They won't take you alive. Stand here and fight. They won't take you Every step will test your soul. You will walk out pure and whole, stronger than the day before. Tomorrow you'll fight for more.
The win streak continues for G2 Goes, and who would have thought of that? I'm your host Yingsu, and I'm back here with Tom and Billy once again. I mean, we thought maybe this time around it could be closer. Heroic's best map is Abyss, but Billy, what happened?
It's a tough one, isn't it? Like, usually this is a dominant map for Heroic, and this is their first loss on it in this stage. So, I mean, yeah, it's tough, and now they kind of need to bash their heads together and get ready for the next one. And to my mind, it's like just another day in the office for G2, really.
It's a bleak scenario, really, because I feel like the game started off with some hope. Like, we were sat there going, okay, opportunities for Heroic. There were moments where they actually got off to a good start. And then the classic sort of G2 shenanigans happened. I believe we have a few rounds to sort of display that, where it's just like they're winning equal rounds. They're winning clutches. They're, just using Sheriff. They're acing as an individual. It's frustrating when you want a close game, you want it to be a bit of a battle, a brawl. I also wanted to point out a stat. I was sort of looking at those opening duels. Opening duels, I feel like a lot of them. She was involved in 15 opening duels. The rest of her team were involved in 4. Like, you're just running around fighting everyone, and it gets to a point in a game where you just have to go, okay, even though this is a map choice of one of the teams, even though the comp is unconventional for G2, they just look like a better team, pound for pound.
Yeah, definitely. It's like Heroic just did not know how to adapt to that composition from G2 coming out here. And they did really struggle to punish Rescue, as you mentioned, like just dumping utility in spaces where Rescue is no longer there because she's on that Yoru. You know, she's being so dynamic with the operator, just being able to TP out after getting that first engagement. And yeah, it was just really nice to see from Rescue.
Yeah, I mean, I said this before, she's probably definitively the best player in this league at this stage right now, and she's proving to be continuously. And Billy, it's just impossible to shut her down. She's just having a live tournament.
Yeah, really, really good. Like pursuing engagements all throughout that, like I said, being able to dip out. Like I wasn't necessarily sure about that Harbor pick from Vanya going into this because as we know, she loves an Omen pick. So I was a little bit confused by that, but the way in which she was using the wall was allowing Rescue to kind of go hunting for kills and then kind of gain space and even lurk on the Yoru, which was really nice to see. So Rescue definitely a star player on this one.
As you can see, I think the stats will always speak for themselves when it comes to her. I mentioned it. She had a 47.4% first blood, which again, it's like, it's impressive, but it's just how many fights she was actually taking. She's being set up by the team. I think G2, even if like you look at this map and go, it's a decent one for them, definitely not the strongest. So you can talk about Icebox and Lotus up there as well. And, well, Bind, which we have coming up next. And it sets a really dangerous precedent because if your superstar has performed well on, I'm going to say her weakest of her agent pool, but she's insane, so that doesn't actually mean a lot. And then we'll go into the next map, likely have an even stronger performance. I don't know if Heroic stand a chance.
Well, I mean, we will see, because at least I feel like to some degree Heroic should know this Bind is coming. They're probably going to pick Bind. That's not going to be the biggest surprise ever. And let's cope for a bit, because I feel like that's what we love to do here. Tom, what realistically would Heroic need to do on this Bind to beat G2?
It's definitely a tougher question. I guess if they can find the gaps in a little bit more of an unorthodox comp, like they've moved away from running the Viper, which has been incredibly common when it comes to this biome for a long, long time, but they still run that double controller. So maybe there's potential to find gaps in that way. It's definitely not going to be easy though, because it seems like a comfort pick with both initiators being played by the two sort of mega experienced players within this team. And I don't know. It's like you're playing something a little bit more standard, a little bit more, I would say, functional on this map. Maybe a few more opportunities, but that's the thing with G2 Gozen is they find something that works for them, and then you have to adapt to it. So that's what I'm kind of hoping for, is that Heroic have had a look at this and go, okay, now they don't have a Viper. We can potentially try and cause some issues with them having like one-time use smokes in a lot of cases, but I don't know. It still relies on Gozen maybe making some mistakes.
Yeah, let's take a look at Agent Select real quick and see if there will be any changes. Will they adapt to this? And oh my God, Billy, we have an ISO!
Honestly, I don't know how to feel about it. Like, okay, they're cooking. That's really all I have to say. I feel like they're cooking. Like, it's interesting. It's really interesting. I like that Fluxy is continuing to tap into that Astra as well. You know, that's clearly a comfort pick for her. Adora, yeah, that's going to be interesting to see her on the ISO, considering we've seen her so much on the Jet. And then Superfog as well, like going back to that Julius that she had played, albeit like a long time ago. Yeah, this is nice. They've cooked here.
I would say the lack of a second initiator worries me a little bit on the defense. Like, this is a map where you really do need an awful lot of information to sort of get your gambles correct, have your rotations with the TPs. So that not being there is going to put a reliance on that ISO to get aggressive and up in their face. But hey, I like it. Were you going to beat them with a normal comp? Probably not. So maybe you have a chance to beat them with this one.
Yeah, and I just want to say Adora on Haven was, at least against Casey, kind of looking like alpha out there with this ISO. So if she can channel even a fraction of that kind of performance today, I think we could, Mitch and Ash, push it to a map 3.
I think it's possible. It most certainly is. But Ash, are you confident after the display we just saw from G2 on that last map?
Am I confident in it going to a third map or confident in G2 just taking this 2-0? I want to say after that first map on Abyss, G2 just looked like their typical selves. But again, every single round for the most part was very, very close. And maybe the ISO pick is exactly what Adora needs to be able to kind of enable herself to take a lot of those aggressive fights that we saw her doing so beforehand. But I'm curious to see what the depth is going to be like, again, for this team composition, how they're able to work together on it, considering the fact that Bind, again, it has been their permaban throughout the competition. We have yet to see what their cards are on this map. And that also might be the surprise factor that Heroic need, though, to try and take it the distance.
Well, this is it. I mean, you're up against a squad like G2, and I like what Tom said on the desk that, you're probably not going to beat them with a normal composition. They know how that plays out. So, well, throw in a curveball, try to catch them off guard. And while this is certainly going to be an opportunity to do that, like you said, Adora, looking at the previous map, very successful in early fights, very aggressive, and that definitely feeds into how we expect to see that ISO played here. So, lots of positives for Heroic as well. Looking at the last map, yes, you see 13-6 top left, but it was a closer display. Many rounds that felt like they could go Heroic's way. Many rounds where they did damage, and it was a close competition. And that's all I need to see to be confident that there's at least potential for a close second map.
That there is, I think, what's going to be important as well on the side of Heroic is just how they're able to gather a lot of their information, especially with Tom. He had also pointed out the single initiator setup here. You've got the flash to sneak in towards TP, but they're very aware of this play. We've seen this done before within VCT.
It's very early as well. The flash goes out. Why are they flashing behind that wall? It's only to get a player in here to make you think they did. And for G2, they're going to be cautious of it. Always two players, from what we've seen so far, staring at that door, waiting for it to open, knowing that play is coming, embedded in the corner. There's one player, and it's ResQ finding the first, but tagged down by Lyda. Nade is good for damage. Lyda's picked up another, though, and G2, they're being pushed out of this round with the spike down. There is one final hope. A flash from Petra through the teleporter. A big swing. She's looking the wrong way. Turns, but still not quite in the right direction. Fluxy's caught her. And Amy won't have that supportive utility. There won't be any help. A 1 versus 4 with the spike down needs to go her way.
30 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, Amy's a star player, but I don't know if this is quite doable for her. It's a mean crossfire to be set up here, and she might just be staring down at 3 players in a second.
The wall goes up as well. More problems than the spam fight. Not easy when there's 3 guns firing back at you. That is 1-0, and Heroic take the pistol.
Yeah, just triangulating your coordinates through the smoke. No big deal. Not too much you can do in that situation. This opening pick here from Super Frog, I think, was massively important to give Lyda the comfortability to even pop out of that TP. Okay, we didn't have to do Petra like that. I'm sorry, but that shot was so funny. She's looking, she knows someone can come up behind him, and then just like 180 looks at the TP, getting ready to throw that flashback out. But let's go ahead into this next round. Bit of a different style and approach here for the side of G2 as they flood into Hookah.
Much more direct with the classics are going towards a relatively heavy setup. Big investment from Heroic. Now for this squad, they don't really want to be losing any players, or it is going to be costly. They'll feel the effect of it. Now G2 not fully flooding. Instead they make that initial contact and go for the long rotation back around to A.
It seems like they're just trying to draw as much utility as possible very early on into this round.
Good thing. Plenty of ways to make it costly. Just burning up that utility sometimes, so that can be the best way, rather than just handing over the orbs for free. Flash used by Petra, trying to fight around to the triple box, but there's nothing really there. Much more passive play than G2 are hoping to see from their opponents. Eventually, when they do crunch, it's because the whole squad is here. Well handled by Heroic. 1 player lost, they can look past that.
Yeah, not too bad, especially when you're facing up against like the G2 death ball that's just completely sticking together. But this is where things start to matter here for G2. It was a relatively clean anti-eco on the side of Heroic, but not too audacious of a buy at the end of the day. So the bonus isn't going to look too crazy.
I mean, it's just a one sheriff for the side of Heroic, dragging them down a little bit. Spectre on Fluxy, but she's going to be quite far back. Initial fight to Bath, and well, there's a lot of commitment from the side of G2. Paranoia, blast packs, everything thrown at this. Heroic have simply walked away, thrown a nade on their way, conceded the space.
Yeah, there's a Paranoia used off gate as well, so not going to be able to at least assist on this side of the map to take a little bit more space with that PC utility. The Spike has been leaning a little bit closer towards the B side there, just outside of market. G2 looking to kind of regroup, maybe re-clear towards short since they're lacking a bit of the information there. And look at this walk down B long. That's a lot of valuable info garnered by Heroic.
They put Star down inside Hookah as well, just to try to free up that space to fight somewhere else. Adora in a bit of trouble up close, down to 42, and it's a wall bang to delete her. Nade is on Fluxy. She has to run out and concede the space of the plant. Will be secured. Fight around the back for Vanya. Blindsiding them, running out of ammo. The reload at least initiated an inopportune time. Now, G2 still with the advantage extended by the mosh pit. Fluxy's not going to be happy with that one. Heroic now up against it, 2v4, and all these players from G2 just tucked in. It's a nasty setup. You know, I'm trying to set up if Amy gets contact and one or two players can swing. You could have a utility coming their way. Okay, you just shoot them in the head. That's another way to do it.
It's the easiest way, that's for sure. But regardless, someone's always around the corner when it's G2 to be able to clean up your mess if things do go awry. Realistically, though, I'm really liking how G2 are approaching a lot of these rounds here, Mitch, because again, it's a lot of that, they'll show a lot of that early presence, but they know that the strength, at least on defense, of Heroic's utility kit right now with this composition is going for these early fights, and then also their ability to kind of delay these pushes, but they force them to use so much early on.
I mean, there's a lot of commitment in these early rounds for this Bath fight, and even more put in. With a minute 20 on the clock, finally a full swing, and it's ResQ that goes down. G2 don't commit the rest of the players to that fight. It was an initial poke, and they've met enough resistance to send them in the other direction.
I'm trying to see how much they can really draw out from the defense. But ResQ is also such an important piece for G2 when actually getting onto those sites, her ability to make all of that space.
I mean, maybe that's part of the idea behind the double duelist for Heroic. When ResQ gets those early fights, you'll always have a second duelist to fall back on, a second entry. We'll see, there's more to it than that, but and ResQ's been dangerous this round, certainly not. The plant locked in for G2, but the advantage still sits with Heroic.
Yeah, just looking to group up together.
Oh, flash in. Still has claimed the smoke, but no second flash to get back out there. Gonna wait for it to fade. By the looks of things, take the fight, but they've got 4 players here. Make that 3.
Ew!
Shots from Petra, picking them apart, but there's a fight back. There's still some resistance, and Amy not able to double up to be Vanya to do it, and Fluxy will not allow that to happen. Heroic, well, they're going to extend this lead up to a 3-1 scoreline.
A lovely adjustment out of Heroic, their ability to kind of just seize that round back in the retake. I really thought that the round was starting to turn into the favor of G2. Petra finding those initial 2 picks, one of them being through that smoke. But the collapse from Heroic from backside just seals the deal for them. It's looking like a very comfortable start here thus far. There is going to be an orbital strike available here, though, for Amy. So looking towards that set play on A. No one's going to play in U-Haul, expecting that ultimate to probably go over towards lamps.
Nice again. It's Adora with the opening pick, but Rescue's not happy about it. Fighting right back this time. She won't go down early, taking space towards the spawn, and they're just going to leave path, smoking it out and playing as if they are the new defensive side. Only one player now. Look, there's 3 inside Bath. It was the right call from G2. They have isolated the one fight, and in the spawn, it's a tough battle. Vanya on sites alone, but it doesn't look like it. She is standing strong, and the trade comes in quick. There's always a second player with a team like G2, and Lyda finds that out the hard way. Another for G2 as they close the gap 3-2.
The idea, though, from both sides was so good. Realistically, you think about 3 players grouping up over towards Showers. They're trying to draw a bit of attention from Lyda, away from Lyda, who's coming back in through CT, aware that G2, who did really well as far as taking that backside control, was probably pushed up into spawn since they had so many numbers on the pinch. The time just wasn't there. And their consistent ability, I feel like, to get like their 2s in those like 1vx situations makes all the difference. Now on to an eco round here for Heroic. Ability to farm up their orbs at the very least, and a lot of respect to be given on the anti-eco here. G2 waiting to see how Heroic want to approach the round.
Well, Thrash is being committed off rip, and well, the player it's caught, I believe, it might not have caught Super Frog, doesn't matter, quite the same. Dealt with. Rescue on for the double. Petra with another, and sight seized. That's not an ideal start, but with just pistols, I suppose it's not the worst. Still, I think you want Super Frog to be the one player who's not caught early on, being that player with the showstopper. If anything was to go your way, maybe that rocket gets popped, but with that option gone, the round is, well, it's going with it.
Yeah, I mean, Celia's really just going to look to do maybe a little bit of damage. At the end of the day, she'll have Seekers online no matter what. And you've got everybody looking straight at you, right? Somehow it survives the initial burst, but will be tidied up here by Petra and evening things out 3-3 by G2. And this is how Abyss started out, Mitch. This is how that map started out. We saw the first pistol round for Heroic, but once guns came online, G2 also getting the first few rounds in the half to kind of decipher how Heroic is approaching those rounds. That's where we saw a really big shift in momentum.
That's it, yeah, very much so. This is when things started to look immaculate, and I think at 3-3, Heroic maybe get some of those flashbacks if rounds do start to slip away. 5 ultimates for the defensive side, 4 players. Immediately, Super Frog is lost. The showstopper, oh, Rescue was keen to take a second. It won't be found. And the other thing is, though, the Viper's Pit, look at it on the B side.
Yeah.
It has been completely deleted. We've got a victim pulled into the Shadow Realm, and Vanya will emerge from it. Shadow stepping her way out with success. The A site now has one more player coming at it, and one less with the spam from Fluxy. Nice stuff. Sile's coming in to fight as well. Heroic aren't going to let this one slip. They've lost their Viper's Pit, but looks like this round still has some bite to it. Oh, no!
No.
Through the smokes!
Were any of them seen? Wait.
At least 2 were through smoke, I'm pretty sure. That's horrible.
Yeah, I was just wondering if the third one was as well, but that's heartbreaking. I think the precedent I was trying to set for this round was the fact that it was imperative for Heroic to win, to kind of set the tone for the remainder of this half to see if they were going to be able to bite back. They will have further opportunities, but now, again, getting stuck in that vicious cycle of having to go for half buys, saves, and their full loadouts, not really ever able to get comfortable.
I can't imagine what it's like to be 3-3, have 5 ultis, have your opportunity to fight back. Adora with shield pulls one into ulti. Vanya wins it with 2 taps, taking the shield down at first, then tapping the head off. And then you lose a 3v3 to 2 of your teammates being shot through smoke. Within 1 second, all 3 of you died. That is absolutely ridiculous, and there's nothing you can do about it. No. At the start of this round, at least, G2 are suffering some losses with the weaker weapons. Heroic are battling back. Petra already down. Amy died earlier, and Heroic have a serious foothold.
Now this is where the opportunity lands, right? Sealy able to find one spike down on site here as well. Seekers available in this 2v5.
And they're all coming. Two players, the trades come in quickly for the side of Heroic and leave Rescue all alone. This is going to be a tough clutch for sure. With both players in spawn staring that angle down. She stepped into Lyda's crosshair and did not step out. That's a pay safe card, Thrifty, to equalize. And after a devastating blow in the previous round, that's a much needed morale boost.
Oh, absolutely. This is pivotal, I think, for Heroic to find some confidence back early on. Not to imply that they had necessarily lost it in the first place, but again, you'll always take those little boosts, especially when you're down a map already. And this is a G2 that you faced up against previously, and
Cover going out.
you didn't have the best results, and it had been a very comfortable win, and you're seeing the improvements already, I think, from this team, Heroic.
Scout destroyed.
Their ability to maintain such close margins up against this super team.
They are going blow for blow at the moment. Beating G2 at their own game in some of these rounds, but so many more to be connected. Attack side has a slow approach to this one. Mimi feeling out the space on the B site. TP with Spike. Yeah, thankfully that is going to be cancelled. If it was committed, we might need to have a conversation. The space cleared. We'll get them initiation to the site and the plant down with a fight deep that goes the way of G2 to start with. Fluxy's still, well, Fluxy's not holding strong anymore.
No, it was a really good position. Still doable. Mimi, though, being able to catch out this flank is going to make the biggest difference in this round.
Barrel and the kill. A flash ready as well. The shield activated in a fight that they'll not likely take. They'll just allow the shield to run down in an unfortunate battle. Lyda was probably doomed anyways, but you at least wanted to see that kill and a chance for Adora, but a 1d4, shield gone. I think the round is gone too. And Adora will be soon, looking to just save this weapon on the other side of the map.
It's a must need, right? She has 750 in the bank. Carrying over into the next round, just wouldn't be able to have enough to scrape together. Meanwhile, this gives a better opportunity at a full loadout to come out here from Heroic. I love how safely Mimi played that as well. Sure, they had a massive advantage, but she's not going to give any opportunity over towards Heroic to try and break back through.
The consistency from Rescue on the duelist. Locking down the second kill. You know, we've seen Fluxy in a couple of positions be able to find serious value. A-side Abyss walking out with a Sheriff. She definitely drew our eyes, and it's been having a good map here on Bind. But that opportunity denied by just an ungodly talent. I don't understand. So many of the times I see plays from Rescue's perspective, they're even more perplexing than from third person. Amy won't have any plays to make here. Caught by the off, but a swing from Stile ends up equalizing numbers.
Yeah, and the rotation we called over here, right? All the noise to be made by G2 on this B site. Here for the taking, playing more of that retake protocol. Got the showstopper up and available. Does it connect? It's not going to happen this time around.
That was nice. They had a stun from Astra to attempt to keep that player in position for the rocket, but it doesn't quite land. Spike going the other direction. That's the TP used. Rescue still needs to cross back though, and it's being held. The off is locking it down. Rescue wins the fight. You know what I mean? It's just ridiculous the things she gets away with. And now the A site has the spike down for G2 in a 3v3 with Lyda on 4 health. This has gone from bad to worse. It's actually gone from good to bad to worse for Heroic.
You saw the Paranoia available. Wingman here as well from Mimi.
Something. We'll find the opportunity to use it. Rescue up close. And Mimi wants to go around behind. thread the needle. Vanya needs to hold strong for that to work, and that she does. Back to the other side of the Cosmic Divide, I thought. Fluxy catches her before she can make it. Already tapping the defuse. Halfway, Wingman comes in. The stun is gone.
No!
The stun is better. Fluxy got it across the line. And G2 won't run away with this just yet. The Red Bull clutch gets us 5-5.
How do they actually get back in there? There was everything that G2 needed in that post plant. You have the paranoia come through. The utility was so well used, but it was just a miracle that Fluxy was able to even... I actually can't. I don't even have words right now. Especially the stun off the Wingman. She is able to pick off that kill there. The flick on... I can't. I actually can't.
And obviously you want to stay on the same side of the Cosmic Divide here, that defuse tap, but what a disaster. Showstopper fired out. We can see through the wall. There were bodies there, but there's a wall in the way, so no shots landed. And for the side of Heroic, it's the exact opposite story. So much damage done. Cheeky TP by Vanya. Shrouded Step at least grabs a kill. But so much to be recovered because the side of Heroic have got the advantages. They're stuck together, and the spam not landing for Vanya. They're wrapping, trying to find a safe space to battle from, but there is none for G2. This is going to have to be a sensational play with Vanya dropped. It will not be. Another on the board for Heroic, and the lead seized.
It's almost like you can feel just the vibe shift after that round there as well. The way that Heroic approached this retake and are actually going for these fights, it looked so comfortable. Even when G2 were trying to make it uncomfortable for them. Sure, there were a couple funny moments, some whiffs here and there from both sides, but the way that they are approaching those engagements feels like it has changed. The first time out to be called here, this map will be from G2 this time around. Last round before we swap halves too.
Oh, the potential to walk into that second half with the lead under their belt. Heroic are not going to underestimate that. It's G2's timeout that will threaten them. In terms of ultimates, well, there's not many impactful ones that will be easy to get online on the side of G2. The same cannot be said for Heroic. Just one away on Adora. A pick could be very valuable, and with the shield for early contact, Ash, I think it's likely we're going to see Adora get, well, let's say get that orb one way or another.
I think, especially if it's over towards the B side, I feel Heroic have been very consistently challenging both extremities, just kind of swapping here and there, and a lot of respect tends to be given to the contingency that goes out, the ISO wall, just to provide that cover. So it should be a pretty easy farm. It will be showers opted for instead though by Heroic, but same can be said in that situation, and G2 aren't even looking to challenge it right off gate.
Yeah, they'll leave that control to the side of Heroic instead, seizing the site as we've seen before. Rescue quickly diving towards Lambs, the tap on the spike, but the intention to go back in the other direction, and that kill will send them there. The TP used and blindsiding Lida. They found upgrades and they found a B site almost for free. The smokes going down should guarantee it, with Fluxy having no chance to deny. The spike will be planted, and the space that they've taken in the meantime and how quickly they've done it leaves gaps occupied by players like ResQ, who's now ready and waiting for this swing, but not able to land the shots in time. Superfrog gets the better of her. Ult goes out. Adora has managed to trap Petra and looking for the fight behind those walls, but losing again. Petra coming out ahead, but, well, there's a warm reception for her. The numbers will be kept even. Cosmic Divide put into play. Both are ahead of it. Vanya able to drop Superfrog, and now just staring for Fluxy was Mimi. 6-6 at the halftime. It's a chaotic conclusion. We're going to need a second half to decide the two.
Oh, we're just getting started. Life of whatever party. I'll be at night all day. I won't call away. Oh,
Well, it's time to find out who's taking bind, and if we're going to sunset for Heroic, they'll certainly hope that the sun doesn't set on the series here. They've got 6-6, a very good first half out of this squad, but now, Ash, it's time to test their attack.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what the approach is going to be like. Of course, they have a lot of opportunity for that aggression, running the double duelist. The fact that Adora can very comfortably go for a lot of those opening engagements, but I felt like, I think on defense, that was a lot less of the story here. Adora having a bit of a quieter game, not really able to take the fights that she was looking to. But this time it's Heroic that kind of get to try and set the pace now that they have swapped onto the attacking side.
Getting up close, Rescue already canceled out the shield. The nade is on its way. Let's hope it does the damage, and it will, with Adora down and Fluxy following. Lida soon to follow suit. This is a strong display of a B-site defense, and even though one of the defenders has disappeared to the other side of the map, they've lost a lot of HP on the remaining attackers. For G2, they still have a foothold inside Hookah.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think they're going to expect there to be 3 players in Hookah nonetheless. Expecting maybe 1 or 2, and look how passive Amy's even playing this spawn, expecting Heroic to maybe walk out.
Rescue is, well, I understand how she gets into Scythe now. Invisible. Still left alone, 11 HP, and not a chance to get away with it. And defuse for G2, and the lead back in their hands. I don't know how Heroic can't see through their strategies, but you know what, it beats me.
I mean, I feel like the last 2 rounds, obviously, sure, it was a pistol, but you can see how clinical and just G2 those rounds are. I feel like they have just such an identity when you're able to look at rounds that they play out and you're like, this is just, it's their style. The way that they go for certain set plays, how they look to approach things and really throw you for a loop. But now again, very early presence to be shown, just trying to farm up a lot of these orbs. It seems like the kill contract is going to be a really big focus here for Heroic. So I guess future curiosity for me is how much they're trying to rely on certain set play rounds on the attacking side that are based off of Adora being able to take out a key player and open up a site.
Oh, here they come. The Tigers being destroyed, but the rest of the squad rounding the corner just now. Heroic, 4 players on this side of the map, but the TP may be used here. Just look at the position of Lida. Yeah, indeed. TP right back. G2 haven't over-rotated, though. Still 2 players on the site ready and waiting. Still Rescue, nade, and a paranoia that is perfectly timed. It's caught so many of them. Rescue able to delay, able to dice up this force into a manageable bunch of bites, and now they know where both players are. No real concerns. An upgrade of a Spectre to a Guardian, I believe, and for Fluxy, any damage she can get done from here would be valuable.
Sheriff in hand here as well, but we'll be walking into the crosshairs of 2 players. Can she select the first? And it's just not going to happen this time around. 3rd picked up there for Vanya, and relatively comfortable round here for G2. And Heroic, they mostly use that eco to do a little bit of shopping, put some pressure on G2, draw out some of that utility, farm both orbs up there as well, and see what they would be able to kind of get out of this round.
Yeah, you can see we're just looking at where things are at for G2. There are going to be some weaknesses with the damage done, but realistically, this is still a bonus that has quite a few teeth to it. On G2, the push out on mid, not going to find anything just yet. Look how quickly Heroic are taking the space, using that ISO utility to push up. That's been heard, and G2's response is to push up and take space of their own. Embedding Rescue close, and then having this spam from Petra as a distraction. I love it.
Yeah, they're so aware of it, though, knowing that it's probably cover for someone who's pushed up. The timing is everything. Both pushes punished by Heroic. Vanya's going to be able to secure a rifle at the very least, and that's a player that you're going to be worried about.
Oh yeah, Vanya's dangerous enough with a pistol. Heroic still, the advantage is theirs for now. G2 have Petra primed with a flash. It's pop. Players are blinded. Shields are down. And G2, oh, you get worried that maybe you're going to see another one of their rounds. The damage done. That spam almost dropped the planter. Still on 12 HP. Just about able to survive inside the tube. Ahead, spotted Petra hunting them down. More damage dished out. Now Vanya's here as well. It's 2 players up top. The spam battle going the way of the defensive side for now, and they're cleaning up their kills. This is getting scary for Heroic, who seemed to have it set moments ago.
No!
Away from finishing Sille from earlier. Will end it and find the round for G2. A devastating blow to Heroic right when it seemed like they had an answer.
How does Petra on their bonus manage to find herself a Red Bull clutch? She sat in hookah the entire round, Mitch. The entire round. Walks away with 4. So much damage that was done by a singular player. That was a gorgeous pop flash out to be able to find that pick on Adora there as well. But that is heartbreak there for Heroic. You're in a 1v3. Initially a 2v3, sure, but a 1v3 situation at the end of the day, and you're all kind of giving that 1 by 1. It's mind-blowing.
It's crazy. It really is. Even more crazy that Petra's able to connect it, but this is the problem with G2. Rather, it's the problem with playing them. There's not a single player on the roster that can't win clutches. That can't be the superstar. You could build a team around any of these players. Heroic, well, they're starting to see the effects of what that brings to the server. Vanya, outlaw in hand, swinging wide, looking for kills. Her teammate's been dropped, though. It's time to get out, and oh, she will manage it just, well, never mind. There's someone waiting on the other side as well. G2 down in a 3v5, and Heroic, it seems like they've laid the foundations now. Petra's going to go crazy. I can see her pushing through that smoke any moment now, but luckily, she plays it patient, just waiting for their aggro.
I'm trying to see if she can find someone quietly first before checking to see if the Seekers would even be worth the investment into this round. Trade for a trade at the very least, down to a 4v2 in favor of Heroic in the post.
Always that second player, but the numbers are thinning out. G2, Mimi down to 30 HP as well. Amy will connect the first. The defuse tapped might just make them a little bit worried. They swing out the check, and well, Mimi's there to greet them, but Amy's not anymore. And with 30 HP, this clutch isn't looking likely. Time most certainly against her. It's time to save on the other side of the map. Double digits not yet found for the side of G2, as Heroic will close the gap.
I mean, it's a great response from Heroic after last round as well. Not allowing that one to get them down. Just being able to find a round in response. You definitely can see what Heroic have been trying to cook up, I guess, in the server during their scrims when it comes down to bind, a map that, again, we hadn't seen from them before today.
4 ultimates for the side of G2. The defensive side, 9-7. The economy on the side of Heroic is a little shaky for some of these players. Maybe hard to see through some of their strategies, and while their plans may remain veiled for now, at the end of the day, they won't be obscured for long. I do feel like, you know, I'm a Vandal player, but I feel like some of these girls are into the Phantom.
Oh, they are. Oh, nice check there by Rescue. Find one. So many pieces and tools available here to G2. 4 ultimates online. Nice push and pull.
I mean, it seems like G2, for now, have got the right read, at least where the spike is on the map. But Light is walking up on A, and that teleporter is beckoning them. Ultimate used, player pulled in. This will be the decision. If Adora finds the kill, maybe they commit. TP's already been used from the A site, though. That's it. I'd imagine they would go back, but never mind. Spike is got into elbow on their own. It's a disaster. Oh, they need to send up the signal flares. At least the kills are going their way, but they need to recover the spike, and it's mollied off, and there's 20 seconds left, and the players from G2 are primed and ready to stop them, but they're actually going to commit. Backing off. They're conceding. One player spotted, so they know they can take the spike. Heroic go in, they claim it. 12 seconds though. They need to get to the site and get this planted. Now there's no cover. Those players are emerging from the spawn. Someone has to fight them, and there's only one player to fight. The planter has to stop and attempt to recover the situation, and it's unrecoverable. G2 have seized the round, taken double digits, and Heroic, they may need a pause after that one. That's going to shake them to their core.
Especially after finding such a clean round themselves initially, and it is going to be that pause that you call there, Mitch, the time out here for Heroic. And I feel like on defense right now, G2, what they did so well was kind of push and pull, right? That's the expectation on any map, depending on the approach that you're looking for. But at the end of the day, it's trying to be dynamic, take space, know when to concede space. But when you look at the composition of Heroic, they're running the double controller situation, but double duelist, which means that Sealy is going to be the only player allowed to provide any sort of information. And if the fact that G2 are willing to kind of continue to push up, even though they're going to expect defaults due to the way that Heroic look to play the attacking side, it also forces Sealy to use some of that utility out early to try and re-clear space, and forces Heroic to be a bit more conscientious of that, because they don't have the ability to have a bit more information seeking in their kit. The pistol now here for Heroic. See what they can do with it.
It's probably not the round you want to be in right now. Super Frog is feeling confident about their chances though. The showstopper has been used. The rest of the squad is on A, and this fake would normally work. It would normally at least gather a couple players, but there's still 3 from G2 here. Rescue has flanked one of the attackers, walking behind them in the Viper wall, using the smoke from Vanya to obscure, and a showstopper committed for a fake that couldn't have gone worse.
Not much you can do there though. At the end of the day, I feel like it's relatively difficult to pull off fakes on these eco rounds here as well, because it's kind of when you expect something a little bit funkier to happen too. Crossfire set here by G2 on short.
That's not even needed, is it? Vanya's doing it all by herself. 2 players coming out of bath, and well, they're going to be put to bed. And to the beyond. G2 up with another round and 11 on the board for this defensive side. They are coming close to finishing this series out. And Heroic, well, you just look at the timeline there. It's been a while since they've been able to string rounds together, and they haven't been able to string many. For them to make this comeback happen, a lot needs to change.
And Andalusia flawless here for G2, making this map even more comfortable. Again, if you missed it earlier on today, we did have Abyss. That was Heroic's map pick, and that was a 13-6 win there for G2 Gozen. And Bind, I feel like, sure, Heroic, they're doing really well right now as far as trying to keep things close. Of course, in the second half, it hasn't been that much of a story. Okay, come on, right through the smoke.
Yeah, it's a little bit ridiculous, but it's just G2 things, isn't it?
They've been so lucky with them though today.
Yeah, this map.
Yeah.
If anything, you know, it's just felt horrible for Heroic, where some of these rounds are just being stolen away by. Well, if you were to run back that play 10 times, I'm not sure it works. Vanya though is eliminated. The A site not undefended with Rescue filling in close by. This is nasty. Getting inside the smoke. It's going to fade soon. And they've already cleared this space. You don't really imagine someone will fill it back in, but the wall is here anyways, as is the pit. This will secure them a lot of space, but Rescue, the snake in the grass, finding them from behind. That's already one, but it's not the Viper. The pit will remain. Mimi searches out for a player, but won't be able to catch them. Adora is safe inside of Bath. The Thrash lands nothing, and G2 back to square one. In fact, a little worse, because Mimi's being hunted down. They've thrown the utility and taken the fights. Now the site is theirs, and the plant inside, well, just outside the pit. Difficult to deal with because they've got to walk through it. And there's, orbital strike committed, used here. Well, they were feeling good about their chances, but not about the outcome.
I think just the expectation that someone might be caught up in U-Haul with the pit up, but I really like the approach from Heroic in this round. The fact that they use the Viper's pit to kind of close that gap, deny any crossfires that were set up there by G2, who immediately try and have a couple people look to fight into the pit and catch them out early on. And a much needed round for Heroic here as well. It's an important swing round for them. Otherwise could have spelled disaster for this map and series as well.
Oh, Petra, that is the risky game to play. Stepping right up to the plate. And they heard every single footstep. Petra still close. And managing to find one out of that situation is impressive, I have to say. But for G2, it's not what they need. Still one player behind as Heroic at 8-11 are making this comeback happen. Vanya stopped from even peeking on the backside. The vulnerable delivered another from Adora, just keeping her back. Paranoia with the attempt to do the same, but able not to slow down, pushing straight into the angle, as was Adora, and leaving these last players isolated on separate sides of the map. Taken down by Adora is Amy, and so Mimi has a choice in front of her. Saving the weapon might be the call, and I think that's what she's settled on.
Yeah, an important save here as well in this 1v3. And let's got the kill contract back up here for Heroic going into the next round. But they're starting to find their footing here. Again, Mitch closing that gap slowly but surely. This round takes them just 2 away now from trying to equalize up against G2 on G2's map pick of their own.
Down goes Silly. One less rifle to worry about. Yeah, this is a, you know, from the side of Heroic, like I said, in that first map, there were so many rounds that felt like they could have went their way. We saw individuals step it up. We saw the signs that success could be there. It just wasn't that time. And certainly that a 13-6 wasn't a fair representation of the fight that they put up. But here, I think we're seeing that fair representation, and nothing signifies it more than a team being able to make G2 use both of their timeouts. This is a team, especially when G2 are in the lead, they're already knocking on victory's door. There's that little bit of a resurgence, and now G2 are taking it very seriously.
Well, they are trying to see how they can try and close that gap, revisit some of the mistakes that were made in the past couple of rounds, and try to dissect what's going on. Sometimes even just an opportunity to kind of touch base as a team as well, so they don't get too ahead of themselves. I think what Heroic are doing really well on the attacking side ever since we've seen them start to, again, thin the margins and close the gap up against G2 has been their ability to isolate players on their execution. I feel like they're doing a lot of really cool pinch plays where it's kind of like a two-pronged approach and trying to force a player on G2 to be in a situation where they're on an island and separated from the rest of the team.
Over there.
Just picking away at those little gaps. And realistically, in a matchup up against G2 as well, that's all you can really do to start things off, is you need to kind of go just one step at a time. Because when things do get chaotic, that team knows how to thrive in those situations as well, but we've seen it from both sides.
Well, Vanya's been here before. She won it last time. Well, this time Adora gets the better of her. The pick on the B site, and G2, they lose control of it. Hookah is at least kept by Mimi, and they filled in the space with Amy. But look how spread out every player is now. For G2, it might not be that bad. It means they have to take individual fights when the push comes down, and that's where they thrive, I suppose. But good early setup from Heroic.
Yeah, that's the thing. These players usually confident to get at minimum their trade in those engagements. Alexi's going to be the one to come out on top this time around, though. Rescue's got good information. Here's the rotation through Fountain.
That could be two. That could be two. Rescue! She's got them both! Oh, it's massive. G2, they were at a big disadvantage, and now there's a chance the showstopper used. It's fucked out, and it's found its mark. PLA's down as well. But unfortunately, just moments later, the last two players, Adora, Super Frog, they step up and they make it work. 11-10. double digits found by Heroic. And one of the criticisms I had, been a while since they were able to string rounds together, and they didn't string very many. Well, that's 3 in a row. They found the formula to success. Let's see if it carries them all the way.
I feel like this round was also a really good representation of the last few that we have seen from both sides there as well. Heroic feels like they very much so tightened up their protocols as far as going for their trades, how they're moving together in G2. Now leaning into that here into this round as well with the short aggression, finds Adora and takes her out early. But beforehand, they had been able to get their own picks, but kind of struggling to play together, being a little bit more individualistic when it comes to those gunfights. And so for me, this is a welcome change here for G2 to see them kind of tightening up those types of protocols here as well.
Well, you see Rescue get a 2K in what, a 3 or 2v5, and the situation that you're going to see here, right? They're trying to work those picks into the early fights instead of the late ones. So you get the opening pick, and then you've still got your setup, and you've still got your teammates to work around. This time, one of the only rifles is on Rescue. It's a big risk, but they've walked in, looking the wrong way. Joey, the left, put on the right was Rescue. That's picks found, rifles dropped in Bath, and that map control might be sought after by G2 later.
Yeah, the thing is, Rescue last time around was backed up by 2 teammates, so a bit hesitant to push into showers, not unsure what to expect. But G2, they're playing back, playing together. Showstopper popped here by Super Frog just to guarantee this round, guarantee this opportunity to tie things up.
What? You're right. The showstopper was to guarantee the round. It was to get crowd control, to push them back, to claim the space, to get the plant, and it did that. Great. Everything's done. Then it finds a pick. That completely flips the round. G2 don't have the advantage. With the pistols, they need the numbers because you're not going to win that opening fight a lot of the time. This time, it's the rifle that falls, picked up by Amy. Vanya rounds the corner, Sheriff in hand, and finds one. Down to a 2v2, but time is ticking. They need to get on that spike, and a reposition from Lyda seems to have secured this round. Just denying the defuse should be enough, and the grab well does exactly that. Heroic were looking down and out of this G2 set to bring us on to the next series. Instead, we might be going to sunset. That's 4 rounds in a row for Heroic.
Their post plants as well have just looked clinical. I feel like it's been very difficult for G2 to feel even comfortable in a lot of these retake situations as well. Sure, they're able to find a little bit of that space, but when it comes to actually trying to get that defuse down, Heroic have so much utility saved up just to buy that extra time. And again, going for that earlier aggression, those earlier fights that you talked about, Mitch, where G2 are maybe able to try and control that and the factors in it a little bit more. Won't be pushing out this time around, though. Just looking to stick together at the very least.
Oh, sneaky spot from Lyda. And that is caught not 2, but 3 as Fluxy even catches the re-swing out of Amy. This round has just come to a conclusion in a matter of seconds, and patience from Heroic is what gets it across the line.
And G2 forced to save here. The thing is, match point for Heroic and G2. Sure, they'll have these Vandals to carry over into the next round, but you look at the money situation for the other 3 players that perished in short. It's going to be a difficult one to try and take it over towards overtime, but I feel like those are also the rounds where G2 is just able to pull out something insane. So there's never any wiggle room when you're playing up against G2 to even let your guard down, but Heroic look clean right now.
They have looked very clean, even with that 1 player lost. These final 2, they just want to strip the weapons out of their hands for now. That's not going too well. Looks like G2 might have secured these weapons, and indeed they have. It's a small victory. They need a big one, because overtime is now their only route to the 2-0. I mean, G2, if there's anything I know about this organization, and I've been around this organization a lot, they like to make it close. They like to make it competitive, give their fans and their staff a little bit of a heart rate bump. And I think that might be what they're after here today. Let's see if they can push us to overtime, or if we're going all the way to sunset.
To find out, Superfrog's pulling out the attack sided op. Trying to contest for that showers control. There's the jump spot here from Mimi. Be spotted out from Adora. Warning shot fired. The signal for Mimi to back off. Very spread default this time around from Heroic. Anticipating again some sort of aggressive play from G2. See if they want to shift the pacing here and get a bit more aggro on defense. No Hail Marys are going to be pulled this time around. That's all part of the conditioning there as well, though.
Time to hunt.
Well, Tiger's gone into hookah. Heroic are getting some information of the presence, and the hope here is that as they're poking at this map, some of G2's players would get aggressive themselves, step forward on A and give those picks as they did before. The Seekers will complicate that plan. It's now clear there's some waiting outside of this site. And Rescue's position after Seekers are used, Heroic should be very cautious of this spot. They should be checking it. They've given Rescue an opportunity, and an opportunity she shall take. 3 kills secured. That might just be overtime. Locked in for G2. A blindside. One small spot they didn't check. And that's all it took for this win streak to crumble. And for G2 to get another shot at taking it here on Bind. Lyda, the only one to stop them swinging into heavy traffic. We are going to overtime.
Okay, but that's exactly what I'm talking about here, too. It's in those rounds, G2 back up against the wall, and one of their players is always able to pull out something like Rescue just did in A short cubby. A quick 3K and just completely flipping the switch on that round. I think a big mistake there from the side of Heroic as well was just how much respect they were giving G2 in that last, at their match point round. Timeout to be called here from G2. They want to try and close things out after they've halted the momentum of Heroic thus far, but they didn't give themselves too much time to work with in the last one. Heroic, I want to see them kind of going back in at full force. They found a lot more success, Mitch, when they were going for a bit more confidence in their duels, a bit more disrespect, I think, as far as the space that G2 were looking to take. I don't want to see them fall back into a safer approach where that was when they were kind of losing out and not finding as much success.
Well, even that last round, you know, you think back on it, and the one before it, we had Lyda tucked in a corner on the boxes a little further up. And they go walking in, and she's able to decimate them. And then the next round, they go for a deeper setup, and I love the idea, but the only real problem, I suppose, because they did still try to push. They did still want to take back that information. Yeah. And usually the way you do it is by pushing, right? By sending a player forward to check it out. But this time they have Seekers. And that's just the turning point of it. The fact that Rescue's able to say, okay, I will go aggressive. Oh, the Seekers are telling me there's players outside. I'll tuck in the corner. And without that small bit of information, maybe Rescue continues to push. Maybe she gets picked off. And then the round is theirs. But instead, they found themselves in overtime, fighting for this upper bracket run.
Just small things. Not cleared out in the corner, though. Are they aware that Lyda is still sitting inside Luka?
You have to hope so. Another sneaky play from Lyda. That would certainly put a dent in the confidence of G2. But Lyda, in fact, a victim of her own success. It's a player in the corner that catches her off guard. A taste of her own medicine, and I don't think she likes how that went down. For Heroic, a 4 versus 3 as a result. The operator on site yet to find its mark. The flashes didn't land on Super Frog. The Molly has, the flash did, and out of position, but Fluxy able to recover. Okay, just the one player disadvantage, both on site, but dealt with immediately. And Sile, well, the last one standing, emerges from the smoke to a victorious first fight. But 2 more players to deal with the crossfire setup that was in play, but now isolated somewhat. Perhaps a chance for Sile if she can hit the shots. Shoulder spotted the first, landed, but Mimi is there to save the day for G2. They will not lose out on this advantage, and now 1 round away from closing the series anyways.
Match point in return. Rescue 3 away from dropping 30 here as well. The support from G2 goes in that attacking round was absolutely massive. Superfrog was not able to find a moment of comfort with the operator to even try to hold a line of sight. Now, again, it comes down to the smallest of things in each round that completely shift the narrative. Earlier information seeking and space gaining here from Heroic. Bird will get a little bit of info at the very least.
But that could have been it. That could have been the opening pick. Petra down. Heroic not quite able to grab the frag. Petra makes it out. A site reset. The default from G2. They have a lot of information. The B long peaks that are coming in. You know, the A side is likely where that play is happening. The Tiger confirms it. Still players around this position. Viper wall that's been in play for a lot of these rounds. They're waiting for that to charge up.
Scout destroyed.
Once that goes up, well, maybe they're not waiting for it. I see Lyda swinging. A Paranoia goes out as a response, and we almost lose the Viper for Heroic. If Lyda goes down here, that's big problems. That utility is key to getting them towards that site. It looks like we're going to see that wall, that orb in play, but Rescue not spotted. Another corner. They're tucked in, it seems, to dictate the flow of the round with Rescue almost on another ace. Swinging the back sight just a little too late. Vanya finds it, but the conclusion is the same. G2, 2-0.
And what a way to end out this series here as well. This 2-0 here for G2 in the upper bracket. Rescue, it's almost poetic, the fact that Rescue's the one who essentially takes G2 over the line into overtime, and then it's a very, very similar fight almost that kind of pans things out for the remainder of that map. And it speaks volumes, I think, about every single player on G2, but I don't want to take away at all from the improvements that Heroic were able to make and how good they actually looked on Bind here as well.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say last time around there wasn't much of a battle between these two teams, and I think we heard it from Sile in the interview that they feel like they're on form on the side of Heroic, hitting their stride, and I don't doubt that. Coming into today, there was a lot of hope for them, and I think they showed that on the server as well. It wasn't just in the background. We got to see it in action. They pushed them the distance here on map number 2, but at the end of the day, this is G2 we're talking about, and this is GC as well. Playoffs. We don't get 3 maps here. It just doesn't happen. Maybe we've got a 3-mapper coming up next. We'll find out in a little bit. For now, let's bring in the big brains and Tom Biz.
Wait, where? Did he say big brains?
He said bring big brains and Tom. So it was implied that yeah, just like many, it probably went over everyone's head, really. It was such a fantastic joke, Mitch. You should write that one down, honestly.
I will say, though, why no 3 maps? Tom, like, you usually bring the 6 mappers. What's going on?
You know, 2.5. Well, we got at least a little bit further than we had done, and I guess Heroic got a lot further than I guess a lot of teams have done to even get to overtime in the first place. I thought they had this one. It genuinely came down to Rescue just, as I getting bored saying it, but being the best player in the entirety of EMEA, dare I say it, in the entirety of GC, because she has just been absolutely destroying, and getting into those late rounds, it was so difficult to play against.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see Rescue potentially versus Fluorescent. You know, that's a matchup I feel like I want to see for sure once we get to champs. But for now, we have an interview. Tom and Billy, I'm going to let you guys rest for a second and bring in Amy from G2 Gozen. Amy, welcome back to the show. First of all, massive congratulations on that win. Although on Bind, it got a bit close. Why did you think it did today and you guys weren't able to just kind of, I guess, cleanly close that out?
Hi, by the way, and thank you. I think we started on CT, we started like pushing a bit on CT side, and we were just like walking into them and giving them picks. And then Bait gave a good call and said like, we just need to hold and wait for them to come because their executes are going to be bad because they only have 1 initiator, and that's what we did. So that's how we closed the game out.
She's the goat. She's the goat. She knows all of the anti-strats. Did you expect, I guess it's difficult to expect a comp like that. So what was your reaction when you guys realized that they had changed their comp?
To be honest, I'm not super surprised. I think Heroic likes to play ISO in general. I think they played it on different maps before. So yeah, we're pretty much ready for everything.
I mean, you guys looked ready. And speaking of ready, I'm not sure if you know this, but the last time you guys lost a map was in June. It's been many, many moons since the last time you guys have lost a map. You're looking so great. What's the reason behind kind of this flawlessness that you guys are showing?
I think we're just working really hard, and yeah, we've been just practicing a lot, even on boot camp, and I think it's just going really well. So we're just improving really fast, and that's why we're doing so good right now.
All right, hear me out, Amy. You guys have qualified already. I know you want to win. I know you guys want to win everything, every match, every map. But Vice is available.
Who knows?
Yeah. Do you feel you like Vice? What are your views?
I think Vice is cool.
Is it cool enough for you to play Vice?
Maybe not.
I'm digging so hard here. I mean, you guys are qualified already. I feel like maybe you could have some fun. But hey, I'll see what you guys do. And the last question, a bit of an unorthodox one, but I read that before every single game, you like to put on lip gloss and perfume. So I wanted to ask you, what lip gloss and perfume are you using today?
Dior lip oil, and I use Montal Arabian Tonka, I think it's called.
Fantastic choice. I'm gonna have to consult Pansy with that. She's like obsessed with perfume. So if you, I'm gonna plug that real quick. But thank you very much, Amy, for joining me. Best of luck for the rest of the tournament. I can't wait to see you play Vice.
Thank you. Bye bye.
I mean, they might as well. I feel like they might as well one of these days, just to give other people a chance. Maybe they could do something fun. Tom, Billy, what do you think?
You're saying that like it isn't gonna be amazing. Like
true.
Oh yeah, maybe they could just run a Vice. It's probably gonna be either Mimi or Amy running it, and it's just gonna work. And anybody who comes up against it, because they're never gonna run anything that they've not pracked to like a ludicrous degree anyway. So it would have come in and just probably been more of a surprise for everybody else. So I don't know. The fact that she was unsure makes me think they do have it somewhere in their back pocket, which is almost just a little bit evil.
Yeah, she was really keeping her cards close to her chest, so it will be interesting to see what we're actually going to see from them at Game Changers Champs.
Ooh. Oh, of course. But we do have another match coming up. We're going to go to a little break for now, but on the other side of this, we're going to be bringing you Falcons versus Nasr. Stick around.
One enemy remaining. One dead. Last player. Seconds left. One enemy remaining. Spike down A. One enemy. Flawless. One enemy.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Red Bull gives you wings.
All right, everybody, welcome back. It's time to get tucked into the MENA derby here at VCT Game Changers EMEA. I'm your host, Ian, so I'm back again with Tom and Billy. Falcons, they are going to be going up against Nasr. And for Falcons, this game, Billy, if they win, it will lock them to champs.
Yeah, they win the series today, they go to champs. We get to see Mary and Eva back in champs. It's really exciting, but I just hope that the pressure doesn't get to them with that on the line.
I'd say they've set themselves up in an incredible position anyway to get to champs, but I still think we're waiting to see that battle of them and G2. And obviously for Mary, the player has obviously been there before, won it before, but now looks to try and go with a second team from the region she's from. It's one storyline that's probably never going to be beaten, but she's got to get there first.
Yeah, and I also love, Mary spoke a little bit about how when she did win champs, she gave that really emotional speech about chasing your dreams, being from the MENA region. And Mad V was the player that watched that speech and decided to go for it. And now they play together and they play on one of the best teams we have here. It's just a great storyline, Tom. And all of those girls, they really deserve to make it.
Imagine being 16 years old and inspiring people.
Yeah, right.
Like, it's just that's the Mary story. She is 18 now. It really does show that she has an incredible journey still to go, but has already won the best of the best. And I think that for this team, that is where the sky is. The goal is to win absolutely everything. So for them, they want to take that fast ticket to the final and make sure that that's done already.
Yeah, I think a good point as well that you've picked up on, Yinsu, is like the representation, being able to represent your country, your region, being able to inspire others. Like Mary is the type of person as well, like she wasn't a G2 for very long before she won that title, and it's the same here with Falcons. She joined halfway through stage 2 and she's already having phenomenal impact to the point where she's confident that they can go in and win it all today.
Yeah, and she's beyond confident because they haven't even qualified for champs just yet. There is just one scenario left over, and she's gone on Twitter, to talk a little bit about it with Glance, to be like, hey, even though you're not going to make it, I'm going to win champs for you, because that is the type of player she is, Billy. She's not even looking right now. She's looking ahead to that trophy at the end of the year already.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's nice to just have like that sort of camaraderie as well, of like still being so friendly with people that you've played with in the past and wanting to do it for them. So it's really nice to see. And I guess that is just kind of the Game Changers spirit and the Game Changers community that we have here in EMEA.
Yeah, for sure. I think you'd probably see the same thing the other way around with Roxy and Glance as well. But I think ultimately it is sort of, it's almost set. Like, this team is meant to be there. I think we're more looking at who that third squad is going to be alongside G2 as well. So for Falcons, it would have to be more of an upset them not going. There would have to be slip-ups. There would have to be defeats elsewhere. I know that there's still opportunities.
There is one scenario. There's one, Tom.
I would, yeah, but I think from my perspective, it would be more their mistakes. Like, I think they are the team that has been in the final before. They're the team that has beaten out all opposition, especially since bringing in Mary. They're even the team that's managed to actually brawl versus G2. So realistically, if they don't manage to make it, that would be the travesty.
Well, there's these two teams, they have played against each other a couple of times. It is a 1-1 against each other a record, but I think it's really interesting that they haven't really made any roster changes outside of Mary coming in. There's 1 or 2 here throughout the years, which means this rematch, Billy, is an old school, genuine rivalry building rematch.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, given the last time that these two faced off was the furthest that Nasr had ever gotten as well, and Falcons kind of swept it away from them in a convincing fashion. It was a 13-3, a 13-2. So yeah, Nasr didn't really get any further forward after that. And like you say, it's super rare to see teams sticking together throughout EMEA Game Changers. Having no roster changes since the last time they played, that is something that is unheard of.
Yeah, I think we've witnessed it all the way through. Like, again, you can use G2 as an example. They've changed roster a million times. I think you can look towards the like of BBL Queens. So there's been so many rosters that have transformed over time. The fact that both of these teams have felt comfortable in the current roster they have is not that surprising because of the performances. But I think obviously if there's no deliverance here, whichever team maybe doesn't make it, it might not be a roster that survives into next year.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, the off-season is crazy enough as it is. But I have a particular affinity with IGLs. Who would have thought? And Tom, we have a great IGL in Luxie today. What do you think about her performances so far?
Oh, over the last couple of games, I hate to use the pun, she has been the game changer. She has been the player that has really stepped up and made Deadlock look like it's a fragging agent, which I don't want to like harp on players that we've seen before, and I don't want to harp on some of the best players we have in the region, but this is the comparison of Mimi playing Deadlock and Luxie playing it. And you could do this within the VCT as well. Like, this agent is one that is very heavy on utility, very heavy on holding off rotations, putting post-plant utility down. A lot of the time, you're going to have sucky stats because it's really difficult to frag on this agent. Luxie is doing a marvelous job while also IGLing the team, similarly to Mimi as well. So it really is impressive over the last couple of games that them bringing in that agent has made a mass change. She played it on both maps of their victory in the last game. And yeah, she looks fantastic. I'm hoping we get to see it today with the map pool.
Yeah, definitely. I think with her being an IGL as well, like she's able to look at new ways to be able to work with this agent as well, which is obvious in the results. And to be fair though, with Deadlock being the way that it is, it's one of those agents that once you've seen it enough times and you've figured out the way to kind of adapt to having that deadlock and going up against that deadlock, like I don't know if it's worth it anymore at that point, but obviously it's nice to see that it's been working for them so far.
Yeah, I like that they have their own identity coming into this. And Luxie being a great player, there might be a reason behind this. And we have it. We have the words from her self. This is verbatim. She told us, "I don't take showers and touch grass. I'm ready for VCT." I mean, if she's not having showers, the last person I remember that didn't take showers or touch grass, it was a Coach Mini, and look where that ended up for him last year when he was winning trophies left, right, and center. And I feel like
I can think of someone else.
This is a formula. It works. Yeah. Who else, Tom? Who you got?
Well, I was gonna say so, but the thing is, you're talking about formula that works, whereas for Mitch, it's just a day-to-day life, and unfortunately, it doesn't seem to work too well for him. Yeah.
But I do like how Luxie, great player and has a sense of humor as well, and she might, if they do well today and over the next couple of days, make it all the way to the finals. And that grand final is taking place in Istanbul in Turkey. You guys can scan the QR code here and grab some tickets and go see our players. Maybe some casters there as well. It's going to be a fun event. Honestly, last time we were in Istanbul for champs, had the greatest time, living my best life. 10 out of 10 would recommend. But bringing us back to this game once again, you know, we talked a little bit about the rematch. They're familiar with each other, and also in the previous opponents, just about the map pool and where you can get some advantages and disadvantages. And for these two teams, Billy, it feels like they don't really have a permaban. They're very flexible. They play everything. So where would you like to see the maps go?
I think it's good, to be honest, at this stage that they have a flexible map pool. You know, it shows that they're kind of open to jumping on anything. And to be honest, if you're wanting to go to champs, you kind of need to, given how all the different regions will play and have different play styles and whatnot. So yeah, I think for this one, it's interesting. Like you say, they don't necessarily have an insta-ban as such. And Falcons as well, you know, having a kind of a tough time in that group stage. Yeah, it's kind of all to play for here.
I want to see deadlock maps. That's what I'm looking for Nasr. Just because I've hyped it up now. I've talked about it. I think that they've looked incredibly strong when they've been able to have that. And straight off the rip, they're going to go for one of the maps that they have been running that deadlock on. I think fantastic for sort of holding off rotations, causing awkward positions in terms of mid spawns, and also just battles for those entries as well. So I like the pick coming out. I will say we haven't seen it from Falcons in this split, but when it came to the last stage, they were tearing it up. Like, Mary on the Jet on this map is just devastating. Like, you have to be so careful because of the individual brilliance she has.
Also, I was a really big fan of the Astra stuff they were running too. Before Astra was cool, you know? They were in there. And yeah, Billy, Falcons, they pick Abyss.
Abyss. I don't know the decision behind this one, but they lost this 13-2 to Heroic. So yeah, question mark. Lots of question marks right now. I'm not entirely sure why they're playing into that one.
I guess like their opponent lost it as well, didn't really play it anywhere else, and I guess they feel like they've learned from their mistakes. It definitely seems like more of a counter pick than a comfort pick. Like I maybe would have expected them to go for something like a Sunset, which is something they played an awful lot over the last couple of stages, even a Lotus as well. But I guess having a couple of losses to G2 maybe put them off going in the direction of that map, taking it out of the pool completely. But it could also just be that, as you said, like with flexibility also comes the fact that maybe you don't just have a comfort pick and they're going to get the Sunset right at the end, which again, maybe a little bit of a surprise with how much that map has been played. Like you're talking over the year 19-4 for Falcons. Even if recent form hasn't been at its best, it is as comfortable as a map could be for them.
I mean, but we're not going to get to map 3 though, right? Because no one is going to map 3 apparently in this playoff phase, so who knows. I think with the Abyssing, I'm with you here, Billy, because they have not secured champs yet. You know, they're not really in the position of G2 where they could potentially look ahead. They can get their reps in, they can take some risks. I don't know if this is gonna pay off, but as you said, Tom, more of a middle ground for both teams. It doesn't really favor anybody in this scenario. But the question is, as we look at Ascent one more time, how prepped are Falcons gonna be to go up against this deadlock? Because they gotta expect it at some point.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Falcons are one of those teams as well, though, that they're so in your face. Like, is going up against a deadlock when a team's just gonna smash right through that, be on your site, like, because they're so in your face, it almost kind of counters that deadlock picking away as well.
Yeah, I'd say the thing is, this comp has now been played by quite a lot of teams. We've seen it run by the likes of Apex quite a bit recently, and I think that it does do a lot with being able to just make some of those rotations a little bit more awkward, especially on the defense as well. You can put a lot of the entry points where Jet will want to dash in, you can put the sensors there, and again, just make things more disruptive and awkward. But if you know it's coming, you can maybe try and like spam some of those things out of position, try and play a slower game, which will make the barrier mesh a little bit more useless. So I'm intrigued to see what ideas they've come up to beat it, because a deadlock is definitely not unbeatable on this map, but it can just make things that little bit tougher if you're not used to it.
Well, let's take a look at Agent Select and see what Falcons are going to choose, because we can expect the deadlock stuff already. And yeah, they keep with the Astra things. I love this.
Yeah, I've always been a fan of Fade on this map. I think mostly because of Xiao. I feel like he made it work on the attack side with a lot of cool setups, but it also allows you to pick up the pace a little bit. And I think that will work out nicely, again, when you're playing up against that deadlock. You can hit later into rounds just with an all-in util dump, and they may be able to utilize that KO as well, just to try and take some of that stuff offline. The only thing that would worry me is if they lean too heavily into countering Luxi and then just forget about the rest that's going on, because the rest of the comp is a little bit more standardized.
Yeah, I agree, Tom. Like, forgetting that you kind of got a Cypher to deal with as well, who will be a main component of Nasr's defense here. Of course, we won't see that until they switch sides. But yeah, I mean, Falcons, they're just going back into the composition that they played in stage 2, so we can't see any changes here from them. Yeah, no, it's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out for sure.
Yeah, I can't wait to see it. Of course, this is all about a ticket to champs on the line for Falcons. They just have to win this series and they are secure. But can they get over, you know, an IGL like Luxi who doesn't shower or touch grass? Mitch, you will be able to relate to that, right?
Yeah. Thanks a lot for that, Sue. Yeah, you know, I'm a big fan of water conservation, Ash. It's all about the environment at the end of the day. Clearly, people like Sue aren't. That's all I'll say.
Okay. Well, you know, I like having friends.
Hey, we're on the internet, Ash. That's the beautiful thing about it. You know, it's only a couple cinemas out there have smell-o-vision. Everything else is just standard old vision. So we're good. We're good for now. LAN events, it's a little nasty. Rough. But Ash,
so you're the reason why, like, we get those notices for LAN events now where it's like, please make sure you wear deodorant at the venue.
Oh, y'all thought it was COVID keeping us at home for years? Nah, dude. That was
McMahon's Pits.
Online era. You're welcome.
Okay.
You know, I was starting a movement. But yeah, look, we've got quite a game on our hands here, Ash. We've got Falcons up against Nasr. Now, I believe there's a little bit of a delay as they get things ironed out. But this roster, these two rosters in general, storied, historic, and we heard it from the desk. I think one of the most, I guess the word inspiring is very correct and adequate to use here. that we can look at in terms of duos is that Mary Mad V. The fact that you have a player that the desk talked about this, that one player who came onto the scene, amazed everybody, succeeded, achieved her dreams, and then inspired another player to do the same who's now on her team. I mean, that kind of a bond it's the sort of thing that it's unbreakable. That's for life, you know?
It really is. It's kind of crazy how their paths crossed in that sense, and how the stars kind of aligned for them in that way as well. And the fact that they end up together when Mary decides, okay, you know, I finished up my schooling, let me come back to compete for a little bit once again. And they've been making waves consistently, the second best team within our region of Game Changers, and continuing to level up, it feels like, every single time that we see them. And I think that we heard the desk talking a little bit about that map veto, and some of their concerns about it. Do you really want to go into a best of 3, heading to Ascent first, and Mary just gets to play Jet? Like, starting on like defense on top of that as well. We see how aggressive she can be, especially once she gets that op online, even when just rifling on this duelist pick here. Just anticipate just constant ability for Mary to take space on defense, get her one, dash out, sometimes even bite off a little bit more if she's given the opportunity.
Yeah, it's going to be a danger that's always in the back of Nasr's mind as we move into round 1. Attack side. And it seems like Nasr are certainly eager to take the fight, but it's Mary to win it. Starting it off as she intends to continue, even going for some wall bangs on that B side. I like what I'm seeing. Nasr most certainly don't. They've decided to take this back to A.
Seeing what the approach is here from Nasr right now. Ava's just trying to jump spot, be a little bit of a bait for Sandra, who's just tucked into the corner.
Oh, and they found Sandra. They figured out she's tucked in, but she ain't going anywhere. 2 quick kills, and Nasr are sent in the other direction yet again. An orb to be found on a Cypher, no less. And, well, that's the biggest success we've had so far. Some damage done, at least. Ava lost a lot of her health on A, but, again, for Nasr, this has been a poor start to the pistol round. Nami and Safia will attempt to recover it with a reposition to short, but that setup from earlier. Mad V further back, Sandra up close. Both still healthy, at least one. Sandra, that's her 3rd kill. This seems to be the pistol locked down with 20 HP being the margin of success for Nasr. Need nothing but headshots from Nami from this point forward.
Yeah, I mean, done and dusted for the pistol, right? At the end of the day. But it's interesting to see, again, already how the deadlock setups are going to look on the attacking side first. Here, luckily, Sandra was able to find her 2 in tree off that initial engagement in mid, but it's cool to see that grab net being thrown out by Luxie. It denies Ava that ability to swing through the smoke as well and try to get the trade if that initial fight didn't happen to go in favor of Sandra. But a nice recovery nonetheless.
And Nami, obviously, in the end, just hopes that they'll play that rotation to the B site. No killjoy, so you're not locking down half the map with just that little bit of utility. So maybe they decide, oh, it's clearly a B hit. They rotate and you get a plant out of it. But your hero moment is not to happen this time. Net, we're going to see that a lot, denying that control over A main, getting the dash out of Mary early if he is in that corner, or just standing whoever's spotting it further back. The buy for Falcons also leaves them a lot of room for error. Mad V and Toki have come in playing the pistols, so even if they lose a player or 2, they should still be able to recover the rifles.
All things considered, just looking to play together here. Inside of Nasr, use the numbers to their advantage, try and catch someone off guard. Sandra, they've already done a little bit of chip damage to Safia towards B main. And a presence widely known and made now.
Sandra, winded up, but Marty still can't connect the kill. Sandra seems unkillable on that site. That could have been a real opportunity, and obviously the weaker weapons play a big role, but that's exactly why that kill could have been so valuable. Instead, they managed 1 kill, they immediately sees the weapon recovered, and that's about it.
I think though, a little bit was a little bit RNG, a little bit of luck. Those right clicks just were not quite hitting, unfortunately. I feel like typically you would have expected Marty to actually find that frag on Sandra, but the bullets kind of just looked to dance around instead, which led to a very quick round cleanup there for Falcons, who, with how well Sandra is fragging off the gate, are still like very close to slowly building up that Nightfall to come up online.
You already see at attack side with rifles out is setting their sights plainly on the B site. Damage done to Looksy, 140 tag from the Outlaw, but it's not able to convert the kill. That's the weakest of the weapons. Maybe technically not economically, but in terms of these engagements against 150 shielded up players, I certainly put more stock in the rifles. Andrew's being tagged up though, and early on success for the side of Nasr. Have managed to find one with the net, but Mad V quickly resets, makes it out of there, as does Ava, but she's trapped, has to win one of these fights, has to take one, and she wins it. Vayne is secured. Now they just have these players on site, isolated and surrounded. No safe space to fight from. And indeed, for now, no safe space to plant. They have to create that themselves. Maybe two took down below. Nowhere to fall back to. Fighting off against this kind of waterfall from Falcons with main support, with door peaks as well. It is going to be remarkably difficult. They're trying to pull back the advantages with some spams through the wall, but there's nothing to be found. No looky shots, so they've got to win their fights, and it starts out very well. Nasr, 3 versus 2. Time still ticking. Sandra still tagged, and there's the last full HP player dealt with. They've done enough, and they've got the round on the board as a result. The 3K from Toka just to add up to it.
A great recovery from Nasr. It was looking pretty scary. Falcons, that ability to flood back onto site, sure. There was a bit of an advantage for them, and you also have the fact that I think it was only the singular recon that was broken pretty early on. And you talking about how it comes down to those gunfights, and Nasr did very well to play together and isolate these picks together as well. However, I still feel like Falcons, they got a little bit more than they should have in a couple of those situations. Like Ava being able to take down Nami, main was massive. Let's see what the response is here from Falcons now that they have rifles of their own.
It definitely gave a foothold over serious potential in a round like that. A sign of success for the Falcons roster. Here's where they can convert it. They did damage. They forced Nasr down to some investments. Mad V not able to win the opening duel though. That puts a lot of pressure on Mary. Just look at the map. Even the player close, Ava, is caught behind a smoke. They're going to pop their own. Astra trying to block that vision on A main, so the rest of the squad can fight elsewhere. Geared up for the short play. They don't see anyone. What's Mary's decision? Could go back, but instead goes forward, spotting 2. Here comes the play. Nowhere to run, and no need to. A double picked up by Mary, and support for the main fight's not needed. No one needs to help Toki lock that down as Safia is left alone.
Not an impossible round. Quite a bit of damage already done on Mary and Sandra.
30 seconds left.
Turning it into a 1v3, but the problem is also the time situation here, right? Once it hits 30-second mark, you know that most of these players are going to be probably stacked up towards tree, but still needing to take the time to clear the rest of the site makes it an impossible endeavor now. And a much needed save here on top of that. Not even looking to risk trying to take some rifles out of the hands of Falcons because it's been tight so far. The 3rd round on the board here for Falcons. And so looking forward to seeing how Nasr might look to continue to break through. I think part of the difficulty here as well, Mitch, is the fact that by nature, running the triple initiator, one, extremely unconventional, right? But it also gives you so much utility when you're going for fights, and that is where Falcons thrive, is just their raw mechanical skills as individuals as well.
Absolutely. We saw an example of that on short. The fact that Mary goes for the fight, spots 2, gets out, but can't go anywhere. Stuck in a corner, and they're able to double swing, knowing where she is. Still wins both fights. That's the real danger
we're going to see underlined again and again in this series. 3 rounds on the board for Falcons. Mad V has bought a judge, is playing in a corner, and they've walked right into her. Damage is done, but not enough to take the kill. The advantage for now goes to Nasr. The spam's not getting much done, but still stuck on that wall. The dash for Mary. She couldn't get out. She got caught, and now Ava does damage, but can't connect the kill. Nami, shrouded, steps across, and well, almost entries for the squad with a quick trade on the damage done. Falcons are miles behind.
Right there. Spike planted.
2 Prowlers available. Haunt back up here for Sandra as well.
I'll find you.
But the way that they're stacked up right now, Nasr perfectly positioned to find any trade possible.
There are opportunities, but for Toki, finding them will be difficult. You had to deal with Luxie and quickly adjust. Instead, it's Sandra left to do it all. Some big rounds from her so far, but a triple swing is more than most can bite off. That will be Nasr with another round secured. Now starting to catch up on Falcons. But the other side of the coin is the economy's not going anywhere fast for Falcons. They're still able to buy, for the most part. And they've got ults coming online.
Yeah, that's the thing. Both these teams can never really get too comfortable with how these rounds are just flip-flopping either which way here and there. A couple of big ultimates, though, are going to be available in the arsenal of Nasr into this round. Falcons actually opt for semi-eco into this one just to play it a little bit safer. Hero rifle in the hands of Mary, knowing she'll have the blades online next round regardless.
Nasr have a bit of a fight on their hands with Mary getting very aggressive, catching Toka in the drone, but Nasr still come out on top. That pick could have been crucial. Instead, it's weaker weapons left to pick up the pieces. Toki tries her best, but one is not good enough. Nasr have overrun the site. A plant on B secured, utility to cover them, ults to fall back on if things do go awry, and very limited weaponry up against them. It seems like Nasr have done the work early on and equalized the scoreline. The only question is how healthy will their economy be for the next round, with Falcons inevitably playing for exits.
Right now, at the very least, Party is going to just lean over towards Ava, probably going for some sort of engagement at the end here. I'm surprised to not actually see her moving in towards site and trying to get picked off by the team. Instead, looking to deny some ult orbs, but really, Safi is the only one who can try and charge one up for herself, and Ava's not going to be able to get the Hunter's Fury off of dying to the spike here, so that won't be available into the next round, which I'm honestly quite surprised at, to be honest. And Madvy's just... No! Madvy can't even die! Okay, no. Never mind. We're good. Retrieve the rifle. I was like, wait a second. Did she just get stuck behind the door? Unable to actually perish. All good?
She'll still have something, thankfully. That could have been awkward. 3-3 we go. Ulti's coming online for both squads. We've had Annihilation for a little while. We've had Hunter's Fury as well for Nasr. Likely to see those expanded here. That Falcon side on the defense, in terms of responding ultimates, not a lot to work with. Sandra at least is there. These early setups slow.
I like this push up towards arches. To get a bit of that information, set play, and just break through.
Oh, that's very awkward for Mary. I couldn't even afford to attempt to pull out that spike. Instead, stuck crouching backside. One player, Ava, ready to weather the storm of Nasr coming her way. First two are cleaned up.
No!
Third,
what?
That gives them a chance. Ava somehow held on through that onslaught. And because of it, there's still a heartbeat to this round for the defensive side. You can see Mad V and Toki ready to take the battle. Toki has the ultimate, could try to lock them in on the back of the site, but instead pulling them out into the open. Safia spotted, and sure she has the info, but you've got to convert the kills now. Swinging into two and dropped with just a few bullets fired. Falcons have recovered that round, and listen, all flowers to Ava for it. She should not have gotten anywhere near that level of impact.
No, I mean, the whole reason it turns into a 2v2 situation is single-handedly done by Ava. There's a really cool set play that we see from Nasr over towards mid. The fact that she's able to... The fact that she gets Nami there when 3 people swing into her is absolute madness. Now, again, these ultimates that we talked about in the last round still going to be available into this one, and one from the null command here as well for MadV. Looks like a bit more of an aggressive stance this time around. Mary no longer looking to sit back in mid. And this is uncharacteristic from her. Usually when we see Mary going for those initial engagements, especially towards that mid side, usually she is the one finding that success.
And they've done a good job of dealing with Mary, but the rest of the squad has something to say. MadV dealt with eventually. And after that big 2-piece, Nasr have found themselves back with their hands on the steering wheel. Falcons have 2 players in heaven. And for a moment, it looked like Nasr were going to push into it. And in fact, they have got somewhat of a position with Marty posted up, waiting for a peek. That's danger for Sandra. They have to break open this door, possibly even break the wall as well, just to make it seem like they might come that way. Instead, it will be the heaven play. Nightfall already in. Here comes Ava dropping out. They have info on the players on site. They know where they are. They're dealing with them. A different story altogether. 2 spotted, but 3 here. And a big swing from Nasr could close this out. Not being pulled into their ultimates just yet, but eventually it will be activated, finding nothing. And Luxie's all alone. She's going to wish that ulti hit, but now has to land the headshots. Time ticking, running low, but Ava landing the 3rd seemingly just in time to put Falcons further into the lead.
Heroics from Ava in rounds back to back here for Falcons. I am actually shocked that she hadn't been seized in the Annihilation there. You know, it's a nice setup. You have that sonic sensor for the drop from heaven. And everything should have lined up. I wasn't even certain that they would... Oh, no, the bounce hit back! It hit... No, that's so upsetting.
Is that like the little arch on the wall it hit? It's just like the tiniest little texture.
Something like that, I think so.
Here.
That's heartbreaking.
So lucky.
Get out of my way.
It's got to be devastated. Well, for Nasr, they had a chance in that previous. It looked like it was about to be realized. Blade Storm popped for both squads. Mary up top. It was a cheeky play. She pays for it with a bit of her HP. Hunter's Fury activated and fired out. Toka won't find her mark with the first 2. 3rd is close, but no cigar. Nade down. Trying to deny the retake of control towards that window as Toki waits for the support from heaven. It's finally arrived a little bit late, but online just in time to take all the kills. Zafia, the last one standing late to the party, spiked down and players stacked up on it. A fight to start with and an even tougher one to finish. It's Ava again to close out the round, and Falcons 6-3 as a result.
Trying to shift gears a little bit there. Again, Nasr, they continue to lean into these split pushes towards either side. As expected here on Ascent, but I like how Falcons have adjusted into these very quick floods into the retake. It feels like the first couple of rounds that Nasr were able to kind of start to string together was a lot of Falcons giving a bit more respect, or not enough respect in some portions, just maybe overstaying their welcome on some of these sites. Now going for a bit more aggression, looking to play together in fast flood. A little bit of a tech pause that we're dealing with right now. But Mitch, I feel like... Okay, Falcons, they're definitely starting to heat up, but there's a really big opportunity that we're in for a series here for our second match of today.
Oh, I think so. Yeah, the fact that we've had both teams have individuals step it up. Yeah. A lot of the rounds for Falcons that they are running away with in the timeline are super close. Ava with 2 big 3Ks kept them in that. And when it's that little narrow margin, when it's just someone popping off in the crucial moment late into a round that's being fought for, scrapped for, and that's what decides it, hell yeah, that's a game of Valorant right there. We're not looking at a clear favorite. We're looking at a lead for Falcons, but one that can quickly diminish.
Take flight.
See if they're able to continue this trend. Nami's going to be revealed as holding on top, and Cross to be snatched up by Mary. An important
she saw
first
the
blood.
tracers.
Yep. That also means that Nasr left without a controller for the remainder of this round. Forced to play a bit more contact style as a result.
It's an unfortunate one, really, for Nami. You know, the tracers are seen. You're waiting for them to cross back as an operator, of course. And if they go for the shrouded step, it's a little costly, but it gets them out safe. Instead, they took the risk, and it certainly didn't pay off. Falcons with the advantage. Nasr, well, they were looking for a split, but after just seeing one player, I mean, it is Ava. I think that's the right call. Ava's there? Nah, let's not split. Let's go A. The spike's on its way in the other direction.
And she's a little bit of a raid boss this game, isn't she? But dynamic Mary's shifted over to tree with the operator now.
Yeah, you try to avoid Ava. You run into Mary. It doesn't get much easier, I'll tell you that. The pick is found. When she's thinking about more, maybe she shouldn't have. Look, see with the punish. The numbers down to a 4v3. Positions for Nasr. Well, oh, no! Toki! The triple is found, and they were just about to get that information. They were about to find out in 1 second where Toki was, and instead she swings in and decimates any hope of that comeback late in the half.
I can't. I actually can't. Time to be called there from Nasr. Just to take a second to breathe after a round like that. Because I was like thinking about, okay, Toki has great positioning right now towards main. Okay, neural theft comes out, the information given, and Nasr all clumped up together there. And the timing for that swing was perfect.
You know, to some extent, the fact that you have that re-peak from the op as well, you just... Why are they getting greedy for that short pick? If you're in the minds of the attacking players, you think that the site is not well defended. You don't expect them to make that play when somebody is tucked in wine. You think they get the opening, they fall back, they play it like a normal defense, and then the wine player can strike and close the round. Like, it's just... It's not going to be your first instinct. And the fact that, like, we're going to know about it in, like, 1 second. And even if someone was looking that way, they were lined up. Probably you're not seeing through your teammate. They're not quite as invisible as the last series. So it's just tough. It's difficult. Like, those rounds, they happen. It is just one of those things you got to shrug off. But the cost, the impact of losing that round, it's not going to let you just forget about it. And they've lost the opening pick on Nami again. Mary is picking off that smoker in the last 2 rounds.
I mean, these attacking rounds for Nasr are just all that more daunting, not being able to provide themselves with any cover on these executes. To be a bit more diligent.
It's really rough. I mean, you just look at what they have. If you're them right now, if you're Nasr, you want to push the A site. What do you have to push players out of position? You've lost your smokes for blocking sightlines. You've lost your paranoia for taking sightlines away. And now your pushes are going to be much more two-dimensional. They're going to be something that gives Falcons an opportunity to fight. And that's exactly what they have here with Mary already picking off the first and the rest falling immediately. There was a small heartbeat, but quickly put to bed. Mary with a triple, and Falcons making it up to 8 rounds now before the half is over.
It's a cool idea. On the stinger buy at the very least, you have Gravnet goes over back site to try and tunnel in a little bit with those hybrid cages, but Madvy's like, okay, you know what? I'm stuck here. I'll just sit with it. This is fine. I know that Marty likes to updraft, dash over on towards generator regardless, like every single round that they exec on towards that A. She was comfortable knowing that she could get her own refrag at the very least.
Deploying drone.
Drone consistently used so early on by Toka, just to guarantee that they can find that mid control and seek out Mary if she is choosing to opt towards mid. It will be A this time around. What a shot from Safia though to take out Sandra. First blood of the game.
Not bad at all. Opening pick is something Nasr have struggled with the last couple rounds, losing Nami a lot of times, and now the frag comes in with Marty falling. It's traded back. Falcons don't sit in that disadvantage for too long. Up close is Mad V, and she'll need a little more. Annihilation's coming for her, and she's been caught. stuck in the cocoon. The only way out for now seems to be death. No one to break her out of that prison. Toki and Ava with a 2v3 clutch needed.
Got Cosmic Divide available here in this retake. But deadly trips for the drop as well. Spike not even planted quite yet. And Ava not able to connect with that Hunter's Fury either. Both ultimates used very early on, and now Cosmic Divide will be running out by time that Falcons actually get the opportunity to try and retake.
Yeah, they have definitely rounded the clock down, but I suppose an idea to keep those players on site vulnerable for the Hunter's Fury. It didn't land anything really. And stunned down below, not to do much. Player spotted up close, some information to work with, but only able to do it. A 3-piece. She's been good with them, but not this time. 8-4 at the halftime.
Switching sides. Trick shot.
My territory, my reeling them in. Last player standing.
Oh, we're just getting started. Life of whatever party. I'll be at night all day. I won't call away. Oh, we're just getting started. Life of whatever party. I'll be at night all day. I won't call away. Oh, we're just getting started. Life of whatever party. I'll be at night all day. I won't call away. Oh, we're just getting started. Life of whatever party. I'll be at night all day. I won't call away.
Welcome back, everybody. 8 rounds for Falcons, now stepping onto their attacking half. This has been a strong display from the squad, and look, we expect to come in praising players like Mariam. We've done plenty of that, but a new hero here on this map, someone we've seen step up plenty of times in the past, but Ava has been hitting a new level, keeping essentially responsible for the gap in rounds that we're currently seeing. Nasr are going to have a challenge now dealing with Mary on the attack as well.
And that's the thing. Talked about how Mary had a little bit of a slow start, but she has started to heat up in the tail end of that first half. And she gets a bit more free reign now, and you look at this Falcons team composition, and it is made for the attacking side. You have every tool you could possibly want for an execution, and then you've got Toki to rely on in the post plant with those stars.
Very slow start to it. Minute 15. And Falcons still on the contact play. Not seeing anyone. The recon just now in B mains, clearing out a lot of space. The side of Nasr, they should have an idea, but they don't have the reinforcements just yet. A much more passive stance on short as they give up the control. The paranoia, the slow, push them into this setup. Not only a sonic sensor, but also a trap wire, both of which surpassed without damage done. Looksy down to just one, decayed and dealt with. Falcons overrunning the site, and it's Sandra dealing a lot of the damage with Marty and Toka left behind to pick up the pieces. Nasr with 4 rounds on the board. They desperately wanted this pistol to inject some rounds and make it that little bit easier to start the climb. Instead, well, they're going to have to rise up all by themselves, and with a sheriff and a ghost, a reveal, getting 2 at least. That is the best chance they're going to get. What is that from Marty? He's on for more, but Ava puts the stop to it with low HP on 2 of the remaining 3. I got very worried, but they've cleaned it up.
Okay, those shots were disgusting. But even crazier is the fact that Falcons, they initially start over towards that B site and decide, okay, we're going to pivot on A, where they have, on the side of Nasr, the Deadlock Cypher trap setup. Done and ready. Set up for both the short push from tree, and then you've also got a trip for main there as well. And Falcons are just able to completely break through it. Doesn't even matter. Now, waiting to see how Nasr wants to approach this defensive round, knowing that they're down 4-9 right now. Maybe expecting some sort of force up and aggression. Not going to be the case. Nasr playing it a bit safer instead. But a very early wall does reveal this presence outside of that B site. Where we've got that stack going on, just all bunkered down.
It's a wise play. You know, let Falcons roll the dice and see which site they end up on. If they get close in that smoke, they're going to hear the sonic sensor. Over on the A site, look at the map. If they do that, if they hear a sonic sensor on A, no contact, no players seen anywhere on the map, I think it's unlikely they walk into it. I don't think they've gotten close enough just yet. Falcons are rotating all the way around, so it looks like Nasr have forced their opponents to gamble. The Falcons have made the right call.
30 seconds
I
left.
believe camera was just checked mid there as well, so Nasr should be expecting this A hit.
Yeah, but I'm not sure what it can really do for good old Nami, just knowing that they're coming.
Yeah.
Dealing with them ain't gonna be easy, and in this case, ain't gonna be possible. Now, even with some weaker weapons, plant will be secured for Falcons. Bonus round with 2 pistols. He's very little threat.
No, it looks like Nasr just gonna try and opt to denying those ultimate orbs over towards Falcons, not look for any fights, and try to die to that spike instead. Makes sense. MadV has been slowly creeping up to that null command. Everyone is slowly building up on this team.
Yeah. Going down to the spike, the name of the game. MadV's going to try to hunt a few orbs out of this situation. Pick a few players off. Here's the swing. There's 1, 2, and 3 with the death. Very much worthwhile for MadV.
Yep.
And only at the cost of a pistol.
And that meaning as well that she's able to just pick up an orb here in this next round on their bonus, and null command will be up and ready. I'm sure we'll see some sort of responsive setup from the side of Nasr in response. Probably see the trips being thrown down, playing opposite sites there as well, just to guarantee that they don't get caught out by that KO ultimate. That is, I'm nearly certain, should come up in this round. They have to work towards the orb on A. This is a must-need round here for Nasr.
Flash.
It really is do or die time for the defensive side. This map will slip away if they lose it, and this is Nasr's map pick. It would be a pretty rough start to the series. Aggression, I like this. Even though their life is on the line, they're not afraid to get in their face, and it's paid off. Opening pick to the defensive side. Sure, a couple of players are damaged. Here in a bonus, that'll make it easier for the Bulldogs. But a good start nonetheless.
MadV also a key player to be taking out early there as well. One of the big conditions, I think, for this round for Falcons on their bonus was, again, that opportunity to bring the null command online. Just biding a little bit of time now. Waiting for the smoke to fade, and then they'll be able to comfortably clear over towards Wine. Unsure if anyone on Nasr has snuck in on the other side. Everyone playing numbers instead, though. Sandra is alone towards mid, maybe trying to draw a couple eyes over while the rest of the team looks to work a main.
30 seconds left.
He's got the angle on lockdown. That's the opening they needed, and the follow-up too. Never mind the advantage of just one player down. Falcons are left with Sandra and Ava to do it all. Headshot delivered, damage done, but no kills converted just yet. It means it's all onto Ava with 10 seconds left. The plant needs to be secured, and they can just throw bodies at her or wait for the reveal and spam her down. 5 rounds for Nasr. Half the scoreline of their opponents, but it's a start.
Bit too close for comfort, though, at the same time. Sure, they get the round win, but that could have easily flipped in the other direction. Needed to see these rounds with a little bit more conviction, though, but you can already see the effects of Nasr's setup on how Falcons are entering into these sites, how they're looking to clear angles. Hard, sure, you do have to clear the 50-50s regardless, but now they've got to worry about, okay, is there going to be someone there? And there's a trip, a sonic sensor that I have to shoot out as well. Or else the gunfight becomes all that more unfair. 0 points have been struggling to find their mark. Nasr, diligent to consistently play relatively far back to guarantee that that sentinel utility manages to stay up.
Well, Falcons have quite a foothold on mid. Position normally held off by Killjoy utility around Pizza, but it's free for Falcons to walk up into with a little bit of a scrap. Nasr conceding that control, take it back. Wall goes down on short, push comes down on A. I like it. Giving up one part of the map, but defending it slightly with the wall, at least getting info and delaying the push. All the while, they start this flank. Looksy could have major value in the late round.
There's so much information right now. The dynamic positioning, but the null command does come through. But with Luxie being so far away, her trips will still be up.
Yeah, still good to go. At least slowing them for a moment, allowing the pick from Marty. But stuck in the back of the side, how much more can she be expected to do? Mary's been blindsided. At least the trade comes in eventually. That's the advantage. Now for the defensive side, but for how much longer? We talked about the flank of Luxie. It turned out to be Ava who would have the impact, finding a kill and sending these other players right into the site, right into Toki's waiting arms. Luxie just now about to drop, waiting for the teammate. No, in fact, going in for it. This could be a risk that isn't paid off, but never mind. Luxie takes both. Put 6 on the board for Nasr. The climb back continues.
Nasr looking to continue to close this gap, but although the climb back is happening again, it feels like it's just down to the wire with so many of these rounds. A lot of it coming down to timing opportunities here for Nasr as well. But I'm really enjoying how they are. Again, you touched on it earlier, Mitch. That ebb and flow on defense across this map. How they're responding to utility, whether it's being broken or thrown out by Falcons. And looking to take space elsewhere to make sure that they can consistently have enough information to read off of.
It's just a matter of understanding the give and take of a round, you know? It's easy for us to see. We've got a map that shows us everything. We can see who controls what and what's dead, empty space. But on the moment in the server, it's hard to make those reads.
Yep.
When is it the right time to push main and take that control? You do that as 4 players there, you lose the round because of a decision you made. It's difficult, but I feel like Nasr have been doing a really good job so far of tempering that aggression. They have managed to trap a player with the wall. You see Mary, she can always updraft dash out of there, but instead she's just going to wait it out. It looks like eventually the plan is to hit A.
Yeah, that positioning towards main as well after making their presence known for its tree is absolutely massive. Still able to get the first pick on Luxie there too. Everything Safia does so much damage though. Able to get away at the very least.
In a round like this though, you're going to be happy to take trades if that's what it comes down to. It absolutely isn't what it comes down to, though. Quick kills coming in from the side of Nasr, and it's Toki to find one. But the spike is down in the open. The remaining players have sheriffs. There's an outlaw in play, and both are just one hit to it. They've only got 20 seconds. Get that spike and plant it. There's no time to rotate. Nasr will stay in position on this A site. With 15 seconds left, it is time to go. Time to go on to the next round by the looks of things. That is cleaned up quickly. A little bit of damage done for sure, but Nasr stringing together rounds. It's starting to get spooky for the Falcons fans.
Yeah, difficulty breaking through here. Sure, they found that success in the pistol, both being picked up by Falcons. They're anti-eco in round 2 as well of this second half, but not really able to find responses to Nasr's setups where they continue to be so dynamic with their combinations, whether it's throwing the Deadlock and the Cypher setup on one site together, locking down one laneway, splitting it up. It makes for endless combinations and possibilities here, and continues to force Falcons to kind of keep guessing, slow down their pacing compared to the explosivity that I feel like we tend to see with them, especially when Mary is looking for the entry.
Mary looking for the entry towards this A site. Some traps are still waiting. It's the trap wires down below that are really scary, but she's found a spot up top, and the spam is good. That's a lot of damage done, but Nasr are the ones to come ahead in the kills for now. Nami quickly falling, though, and the spam not good. That spray didn't quite land for the kill, but Mary surely soon to go. Annihilation grabs a victim. Mary on 6 HP down below. This one isn't looking too good for Falcons with serious opportunities. It's all left to Mad V. Difficulty. The reveal being caught on the player who was in the Annihilation. It doesn't go to the backside. It did still get a pulse off, but with 4 HP, Toka has to be very careful now. Caught as well by the knife. Mad V is going to be looking in the right direction and only needs to land one bullet. Will take the risk of at least tapping. It looks like planting all the way. Toka now knows that player's stuck behind the generator, but the first shot needs to be a headshot. And for Toka, it will be. Nasr, these rounds might come close. Falcons may do damage every time, but nonetheless, Nasr continue to fight back. 2 rounds in it now.
These players able to keep their cool in these situations when everyone is staring down at them as well, with how aggressively Falcons have been looking for those fights, but so much patience on the side of Toka with how that round played out in the 1v1 up against Mad V. Now, Nasr, 4 rounds in a row, and they've amassed quite the ability to snowball. Several ultimates online, and Falcons are finding themselves in that dire and uncomfortable position when it comes down to their economical situation. The timeout to be called for them, the first one that they'll be using actually this map.
Well, I mean, until now, until this 4-round streak, yeah, I don't think Falcons have really had a reason to feel threatened. But now, with a lot of clutches going the way of Nasr, a lot of rounds recovered when it seems like Falcons have a foot in the door. That certainly wasn't the case in the first half. If they have a foot in the door, the round is over. It's done. This fight back, this resurgence, it's not come in too late. 2 rounds in between them, and Falcons, well, their economy is not super healthy. It looks like they'll still go for a full force buy.
Trying to make it work. A dangerous gamble, though, because if this doesn't pan out, it's just prime opportunity for Nasr to truly close the gap.
They've decided to mix their economy around a little bit, lacking some pieces of utility, light shields for the most part, which is dangerous. Nasr have been playing the Outlaw a lot, and there is one in play right now. But that trade out is just to make sure they all have rifles.
It's a big risk to be taking. So maybe feeling that they do have the ultimates to try and back up this buy. Presence made towards a main. Protocol consistently to poke the other lane on that site.
One down.
Luke's going down early, though. Means a lot less for Nasr, for Falcons to worry about with Nasr's defense. Like,
oh no. This is disgusting. Look at the setup outside B.
Crossfire.
The trade is easy. There's zero. If Marty expected there to be a player tucked in there this late in the round after presence on mid, you get her head examined after that. Nami get her PC examined after that one. What a shot on the man. That pulled them right back into the lead. 3v2.
Right here. Standing ahead.
30 seconds
I
left.
don't even know what's going. I mean, I know what's going on, but it's the way that they're reading into each other right now is so good. Nami cancels the ult though.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, Ava's caught on the cross. Yeah, there's no rotation needed. Time quite low. Mad V has players rushing to the site. Even if she finds the first, there were so many more to deal with. The first does go the way of Nasr. 9-10. 1 round away. 5 rounds in a row for a team that at times was just being individually diffed. And now we're starting to see them put the pieces together.
You can kind of see Falcons looking for the answer as well. The adjustments being made, taking a bit of a pause, knowing that Nasr like to go and re-clear space. Especially once they're showing presence elsewhere, they'll push the opposite side, but...
Here.
Feels like a lot of these rounds also come down to a couple multi-kill situations, hero plays from some players. The reads consistently so good from both sides. A lot of presence made towards mid. And a bit of a crossfire setup with the one-way on tree.
Big play from Nami on short last round. Put them on track to take it across the line. This time she'll be smoked out and the pressure falls on to Look. See good in the corner for one. Swing for a little bit more. And a lot more that follows. That is a quick conclusion to the round. An Andalucia flawless and an equalization for Nasr. 10-10. They have climbed all the way back. And this map could still be theirs.
It could be, but I'm really surprised that we saw the null command popped in that 4-1 push towards A. Very well dealt with there by Nasr, but they really didn't need to do too much. You had 4 players flooding in through tree. Location given by one of them. A bit of an awkward entry, not expecting anyone to be playing switch, to be fair. Not a super common position to be holding at that point. On the defensive side. Off online here for Marty. Toki being taken down early is terrifying here for Falcons.
Oh, even worse with Mary falling. There was a missed shot from the op, and you think maybe that's going to be Mary punishing it, but a spam through a cloud burst from a teammate is what closes it for Nasr. 2 opening duels already secured. Defensive side with no pressure on them. Embedding a player into wine over on A. They've got a lot of control there now. Traps holding down the site, a cam to watch the walk up on short. Falcons have made the right call by avoiding that setup, but it really doesn't get any better on this B site. Sonic sensors are waiting for them as the dash out comes in. The stuns will too, and there's a trap. And add to that the fact that you've got Marty sat here with an operator ready to take you down. This is not an easy situation for Falcons, and the fact that they've lost Toki means they can't smoke off that op. The best they can hope for is at least drawing a shot out with the drone. Now they've got to cross it in the open. And, oh, it's gone well. They've actually won the fight. Never mind.
Oh, double checking with backside with the Nightfall. Expensive, but worthwhile. However, it's still a 4v2 situation. We have to temper our expectations here for Falcons. We've seen Eva pull out the impossible before, though.
And at least Toka doesn't have that ulti anymore. Using the Hunter's Fury in the last round. I think it might have gotten cancelled by the null command. But now, not to be played with. Paranoid does catch Sandra just about on the very edge of that blind, but it caught her, and that leaves Ava with nothing to do. Couldn't even trade to help her teammate as the Paranoia hit her as well. Very nice utility from Nami. And after trailing by a scoreline bad enough that if they lost the round, it may have been over then and there. Nasr have come back to an 11-10 lead.
It's insane how stark of a difference it feels like there is over the past several rounds that were chained together there by Nasr. Feels like they woke up a little bit in a sense. By no means did they look bad in the first half, but they are just looking like beasts in the second right now. Another timeout to be called here by Falcons Vega, and again continuing to struggle to deal with the utility usage and the positioning out from Nasr. Defense is looking like a masterclass.
It definitely is. And you know, the side of Nasr, it's not like when they came into this game we expected it to be. You know, the last game was a little bit more dominant, and this one we expected, okay, maybe we can get 3 maps out of it. It could be the first 3 mapper of playoffs. I think it's warranted between these two teams. But the other narrative in my head is maybe there's a chance Falcons do run away with it. And I thought that was the game we were getting. 20 minutes ago, it definitely looked like it. They've been stalled out. And the defensive side pick, so the map pick for Nasr, obviously, and then thriving on their defensive side, the work they've put in, certainly paying off. Because, look, this wasn't the same kind of face that they showed us when they were up against GX, for example. And so they've clearly learned from their previous mistakes. They've put it to work, and now they're 1 bye round away from what should be a 1-0 start to the series.
Here.
Cosmic Divide is available in this round here for Falcons. They need this round though. Losing it, allowing Nasr to get up to that match point and just not having the economy to try and bring it over to an overtime makes it feel like that possibility of this first map just being done and dusted, but
Right here.
we've got a whole minute at the very least to work with here. Falcons. It's a really nice spot to have here for Mary, inserted all the way in towards Pizza. Marty, very cognizant of it. The rest of the team tries to make some noise here on Tree.
Very passive play from Nasr. The Annihilation was online. They waited for it, but never mind. It's going to be cancelled out by a knife. Luxie not able to use that ultimate that she waited all round for.
There.
Eventually, it's going to be
there.
popped
30
in.
seconds
Well, it
left.
finds absolutely nothing. They've already left the area. Marty goes out. Cloudburst used, but there was no dash, no way out. She's been caught in the open with Luxie tagged low. This very important round looked to be slipping away. A pick for Safia, though. We're back into the advantage for the defensive side with 12 seconds left and still a defender holding strong. That plant needs to come in and the planter's been killed. Sandra can't win the round anymore. It's already done and dusted. Soka puts the final nail in the coffin. 12-10 from a staggering deficit. Nasr now sit one round away with 2 chances to close this one out. A streak of rounds. I believe it might be 8 in a row at this point. Utterly unbelievable play from this squad.
It is insane how well they're playing against Falcons right now. The utility usage coming out from Nasr. Again, the positioning, the fights that they're choosing to take together is, in fact, the 8 rounds in a row, potentially a 9th to come through. Again, could have been awkward bye here for Falcons, just scraping together everything that they possibly can for this potential last round of our first map. Falcons really just haven't been able to find any opportunity to get comfortable on the attacking side. Play the way that they really want to. You see the ideas there with how they're working the map, trying to draw out utility. Nasr have been very consistent though as well with their first picks here on defense too.
Yeah, because of how late in the game it is, everybody, with the exception of Mad V, is playing those light shields.
Over there.
Makes it easy with the Outlaw picking up the opening duel. Big play. The paranoia is perfect. And Nami's trade on Ava even more so. Now a 4 versus 2. An unlikely situation to see slip away. The Outlaw has a player locked in. With light shields, it's a kill no matter what. Mary, the last one standing.
I got the spike.
You were to look for a hero for Falcon. May not look much further than Mary, but the reality is 4 players, 25 seconds. No need for anybody on Nasr to give it away. The op was holding it down as Nasr were here on the defense. 13 rounds in a sensational comeback. This squad has impressed us all here today, and they've come back with a 1-0 start to the series.
Well, that's the thing though, is this series starts off and you were 8-4 at halftime, right?
Yeah.
And then Pistol, round 2, second half. Falcons pick that up, and then it was just that chain of 9 rounds. Falcons unable to break through whatsoever, and it was pretty stunning Valorant that we saw from them. But we're going to take a quick break. We'll see what the analyst desk has to say before our next match.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you. From the dark out into the light, it'll come in the middle of the night. You were raised in the sacred place. Evil runs when it sees your face. From calls your name, you know it's your time.
What a phenomenal comeback that was for the side of Nasr. I'm your hosting, so I'm back here once again with Tom and Billy. Now, we highlighted Luxie before this map started. Tom, you were a big fan of her deadlock. What did you make of that agent on Ascent that we just saw?
Defensively, it was fantastic. I think that, again, it made things very awkward. Like, even just the net, like that's not normally the piece of utility I would highlight the most with this agent, because it's really down to timing. But I can think of like 5+ times where you see the short push coming in over towards the A site. They're about to start their execution. 2 players get caught in a net, and they just have to sit there for a moment. But they're not just sitting back and waiting. Then there'd be a paranoia for Luxie to push and take those fights. It was really well timed and really well played.
Yeah, I think even on her attack as well, she was utilising that barrier mesh to kind of block off extremities. So yeah, I'm a big fan of the deadlock that we got to see come out from Luxie today.
Yeah, I mean, especially considering it's not just like a util-centric deadlock, right? Luxie can shoot. Luxie's just a frag in IGL, which is so valuable on any team. Here's the thing, though. Falcons, this comp, you know, they didn't change anything from the last time they ran it. And who would have thought, Billy, that 2 Sentinels is better than 3 Initiators?
Yeah, I mean, like, you would think that 3 Initiators would suit Falcons, right? Given that they usually have an aggressive playstyle, but we just did not see that from them on Ascent today, which is very, very unusual. And like a lot of the time, Mary having first deaths on the attack, on the defense, dry peeking, not being assisted with any of that sort of flashing utility, and having to fight against 2 Sentinels without your duelist as well. Like, yeah, we need to see Falcons in a more confident state of mind going into the second match.
I'll be honest, especially with the attack, I was a little bit disappointed. Like, when you get 8 rounds, you win the pistol, and then you go into attack half with 3 Initiators, and a lot of the time it looked like they were walking into setups blind. You go, I don't really know how that's happened when you had everything in your utility belt.
Yeah, and we talk about impressive comebacks. I mean, a lot of teams, there's a fake comeback for a reason, but those last few rounds, Tom, really showed how they were able to just seal it.
Yeah, I think, again, like straight off the bat, you just see how some of that utility is being used to sort of hold them back from going towards that A site, and then stacking up everything else just to make sure they can't take that control. And you might be looking at the map and being a bit worried for that B site defender, but it's, again, just the combination of having those trips, having cross held, and then also just having a little bit of extra utility to help out Poker at the back of the site. Even going into the late round, it just becomes so easy for her. Everything gets isolated, all the information is found, 2 kills without even being able to see the opponent, and then it's just a clear up at the end. It's perfect utility in a position where you knew you were leaving her to do exactly the job she did, but you put things in place to make it a little bit easier.
Yeah, I think that's the real difference maker as well. I'm going to go back to confidence. Like the rest of the team having the confidence in Toka there to just be able to hold down that site with the Sentinel utility. You know she's got a recon dark, so she doesn't even really need to peek anything. She can just spray people down when she gets that information.
Yeah, and she's such a fantastic player too, so aware as well. But let's talk about this next map. This is where we had some concerns about the fact that Falcons picked this. And this is the thing, Billy. There is only one scenario in which Falcons does not make champs. And if they lose this map of Abyss, that scenario becomes more realistic. And that's very scary to think about.
Yeah, of course it is. I mean, knowing that they could have banked on winning this best of 3 today guarantees them a place at champs. I mean, my maths definitely wasn't mathing when we were going through all of the points earlier today. But yeah, it almost feels like it's like they're just letting it go. And why would you want to fight even harder for it when you know you could just close out the series today to guarantee that spot?
Yeah, I'm kind of sat here hoping that Falcons have maybe gone back to the drawing board a little bit. I think their composition is one that we saw. It's basically the Ascent comp that they've been running over on Abyss, and I think we've seen a lot of cool like Astra compositions that have been really enjoyable. Maybe a Yara or something being thrown into the mix. So I'm hoping there's a change, because they did get battered last time around. It could just be the case so that they're still confident in the map and not deciding to change too much. So I guess we'll wait and see.
Well, we waited and we have seen.
Womp womp.
I don't mind the comp. I quite like it. I mean, if Buzz can make it work, I feel like, you know, they've done the homework for you.
I feel like if I was going to base my decisions on Buzz being able to make something work, we'd have real problems, because he has been consistently one of the best players in the world for like 4 years.
Yeah,
but,
he's figured it out
it's
for
sort
you.
of like the cookie cutter comp. It's one where you're going to have a lot of setup to put your jet into play, and I guess if your jet is Mary, that's not a bad strategy to have. But yeah, considering they got blasted last time, I'm definitely still expecting some adaptations. Otherwise, this could be a worrying sign going into a map where Nasr have looked okay.
And very quickly, Billy, yes or no, we're going to get a map 3?
I want to say yes.
All
And I'm
right.
just going to leave it at that. No explanation.
Okay, Ash and Mitch, what about you guys?
Thank you very much, Insu. Well, Ash, I'll ask you the same thing then. Are we expecting to see a map 3 after that? Look, a very exciting first map. Good sign from Falcons. Good comeback from Nasr. We're owed one, right?
I think so. I don't think that Falcons is not a team that's going to let you just take them out 2-0 at this point in the competition. And we saw them starting to heat up on Ascent. They looked really good in that first half. But I am a little bit worried about the momentum that Nasr was able to find in that second half. But a team like Falcons is going to be able to kind of reset going into the next map. And so I'm not actually too concerned in that regard.
Yeah, I suppose realistically, a squad like Falcons, you're not going to count them out by any means. I'm expecting a map 3. I think we deserve it after that display. Individuals showed up, teams showed up, and we got to see the depth as they swapped over to the defensive side. Nasr, though, leading 1-0, and the desk talked about it. The chances of Falcons not making it all the way to champs are extremely low. Winning this series gets them there, and the fact is, that's now a much more difficult battle than it looked like it needed to be. And I think that is where you sort of start to separate okay, in a normal group stage game, you lose the first map, you bounce back, that's whatever. But when it comes to the high stakes and what's on the line, that's where it starts to really creep into the player's mental.
Yeah, that's the thing. They do have the safety net still of this upper bracket too, right? Whoever wins this best of 3 will face up against G2 goes in. But when it comes down to that lower bracket, you've also got teams like Valiant and Giant X waiting for you on the other side. So either way, definitely a big battle to be fighting, no matter which way you end up. But it depends on how this second map goes to determine what that'll look like. We have to focus on here first.
Oh, look, see, she's doing well to start it and maybe to finish it as well. That's 4 kills. And the last player, Sandra, wondering how it all went wrong. And the answer is Luxie, an ace in the first round. Well, if you wanted to see if Nasr would continue with that momentum, I think you've got your answer right there.
She gets 2 off the gate, getting that second one, and the initial 2 picks that she got, well, I guess, okay, quick maths here. She fought 1v2 and then fought another 1v2 and came out on top both times, which is, first off, insane. But Luxie also she looked great on Ascent there as well. Just doing very well during this third stage. Now it's going to see Marty is able to pull out, not looking to contest that one way, just farming up a couple of orbs. Going shopping during this eco here for Falcons. And Marty has also been a player that's been lights out, especially with those sniper rifles in hand. This time around it'll be the Marshall, but she was doing insane damage with that Outlaw on Ascent, especially when Falcons weren't able to find themselves in a position where they could afford those full shields.
Well, yeah, in the end, it was Luxie who ended up top fragging that last map. The deadlock pick worked out well. Obviously claimed a victory, but most importantly, we've seen that she's on form. Falcons, they've already found an opening in this round, a long-range pick that gets an upgrade from Mary. Now a Guardian in hand. It's Nami's Guardian. Will trade back the advantages, but the step back through the smoke is a bridge too far. Mary puts this one to bed. Another pick for Falcons and the advantage with the post plant.
Especially with the weapons picked up here. Marty dashes over towards backside, finds both lining up, Mad V and Ava.
Huge. It's massive. Falcons numbers being thinned. Mary's the last one standing, and an ace clutch was needed. Started out with a Marshall. The upgrade to the Guardian looked dangerous, but that's about all there was to write home about the side of Falcons in this round.
Great recovery from them to take this round right back into their own hands, and I believe the defuse also ended up going into the hands of Mad B there. So bonus round, third round here for Nasr, and they'll be able to have that null command up for it as well. 7-0 start here for Luxie.
Is a very strong start, a statement in the very beginning of the map, and for Nasr, after the comeback in the previous, a strong start in this one will start to put Falcons in a pretty sour mood, you would imagine. The openings in this one will be limited for the defensive side. Weaponry, you've got Guardians and a Bulldog alongside Sheriffs, a lot of weaknesses for them to work with. Patience from Falcons to start it out, that is rewarded.
Investing into the Hunter's Fury here. And Default looking to revisit this A site, but look, it's been completely evacuated. Just really relying on Safia's setup for that information. And, I mean, it's smart. You look to play numbers if you're Nasr, right? In this bonus where you don't have too much online at the very least. There will be that paranoia, still a flash there to work with for Luxie as well on the retake.
Oh no.
But it's a double pump.
It absolutely is. Yeah, the fake. And then the fake again. And it's worked. Everyone from Nasr went to the A site. They thought that's where the hit was coming through. The spike was there. The noise were there. The steps heard by the camera. And instead, they have been duped. Sandra's timing seems to be spot on, at least for now. She's avoided the site. Depends whether she can get up behind quite in time. Plant secured. Falcons have sent one player aggressive. No surprise, it's Mary. Dodge the cam for now, and well, now they've seen her. It comes at a heavy cost. 3 kills and slowing down the retake. That's buying time for Sandra. All they need to do is stop the defuse, and they know they've done that. Sandra eventually comes in for the kill from above, and with that, Luxie, well, she will face death this time. The third round going to Falcons. With 3 players left alive, they have plenty of money.
Much needed round for them to just pick up. Not as clean as they necessarily would have wanted it to be on the side of Falcons, but what they were looking for nonetheless. It's a really nice pivot back over towards that B site though. Decent damage to be done by Nasr on top of that. See how this next one pans out. Null command had been invested there as well. Up online here for Marty. Actually playing pretty far back on that B side, looking for a deeper line, not getting too aggressive with it.
The op's being spotted. Information landing into Falcons' laps the hard way. Mary picked off. Your duelist, your entry, no longer in play here for the buy round. Nasr's early big investment paying off tenfold.
Caution here.
Going aggressive. Taking the risk, but Ava won't be dropped as a result. Aggression on B main. What's the response from Falcons? They've taken the spike up to mid. They decide to go into B from the backside, and they'll take themselves an opening duel as a result. A trade out for the action elsewhere. Something that spurs them on to take this B site, knowing there's a player close. The corner is the expected result, and it's found. And now Marty, well, going to be pushed on from 2 different angles, but the operator, it could be the saving grace. If the shots land, the first certainly does. And now there's a safe space to fall back to. Marty gets to reset, gets another chance, but Toki shuts her down anyways. We're into a 2v2, but the double flank indeed from Nasr catches them off guard. There's the info from Mad B, the reposition as well. I like the spot. They've seen that the spike's not there. Maybe you even think that Mad V hasn't snuck into this spot. She's going to hope for that. Hearing the jump if they go to the right, and if they don't, she can take the fight on her own terms. A flash, but the swing comes in too quick, and Safia gets another round for Nasr.
I really like the idea there from Falcons, though, that push towards mid. It was a big gamble, but pays off. Had they lost the spike there, it could have been a different story, but Nasr, the double flank coming through, makes all of the difference. So, Marty as well, just being able to survive on site, take down Ava, made that retake all the more possible.
30 seconds left.
Again, it feels like the gap between these teams has just closed so much as the season has gone on. Nasr had a bit of a shakier start at the beginning of this year, but they're looking in full form now.
Oh yeah, it took a half to warm up. They ain't go. Oh!
No!
Oh no!
Not like
missed
this.
The updraft as well. Oh, that's a disaster.
Me when I say Nasr's looking in full form and Marty just falls off the map.
Oh, that's actually with an op as well. That is the
My fault, G.
The opening pick is there for Nasr. It doesn't matter. They've won it anyways. And Falcons are going to be very surprised when they equalize. Well, maybe they won't be. I suppose it's Toki's. They'll be surprised when they take the advantage in a second. Marty is just clinging on for dear life, but eventually there it goes. And Falcons in a 4v3 through no fault of their own.
No. Look at this positioning right now, though. Mary is just had B site. Made a little home for herself. Now the rest of the team is going to be actually walking into the Cypher setup here from Sophia. Utility taken down now too. Has to fall off of site, forced back.
Yeah, walking into the Cypher setup turns into walking over it, straight through, and to the back of the side as well, putting their own trap down.
30 seconds left.
Containing that little bit of space. Late flank for Mary as well. That extra body on the map paying off now. Mary's chance in the spawn. She's being caught though. Safi has lost teammates in the meantime. Nami doing her best to keep this dream alive. Safia in the danger zone, and she's gone crashing, burning down with Nami. Oh, a double stop and almost a fight. He runs out of ammo, and that could have been it. Oh, that fight looked to be theirs, but no, taken by Falcons instead.
I really thought Nami was gonna hit the collat there. That was too close for comfort. We really didn't need to replay that, guys. Like,
yeah, there was no need.
It's okay. Game Changers is not for cyberbullying.
Let's get that one in slow motion, actually. Can we run it back? During the next pause. Oh, there we go. Perfect.
Oh, perfect. Now run it back, guys. Actually, in fact, let's turn off the rest of the stream and just watch that one clip over again.
Just keep it going on replay.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, it happens to us all, but, well, it really sucks to see it happen to someone else, especially with the operator in play. And for the round that's in it, like, it really, I hate to bring the analysis to it, but you have that op online. Who knows? Maybe the round goes different. Such a narrow margin. That's one that they'll look to just move swiftly past. A technical pause, anyways. We'll get a moment to sit in it.
Yeah, at the very least, there will be the blades online here. So we really have our eyes on Marty, I think, in this round. But overall, swift return back into the game here.
It looks like we'll be seeing those barriers go up any moment now. And Nasr's investment hasn't gone up. It has stayed at a baseline quite low. A few sheriffs for Falcons. This is not only the opportunity, almost the obligation to equalize. They've got rifles. They're not up against anything crazy. Marty's Blade Storm could pose a threat, but I don't think it's even been activated.
Cage triggered.
Oh, maybe just see if they can find something to make it a bit more worthwhile. A bit of a reveal here towards A. Now it's a signal to try and re-clear Nasr, even pushing the issue outside of B.
Cage triggered.
Straight up into the fight. And they've got it too. Mad V's caught fading out. Sandra's isolated. Blade Storm still looking for players deep down with the jump up. Finding one close. I don't think Sandra's getting out of this one alive. The full cavalry's coming in. The first player dealt with. Knife out for Sandra. Or the pistol even. not quite as ambitious as going for the blade. The Falcons find themselves in a 3v4 as a result. Defensive side not doing too bad to start this off.
Spike planted.
No, definitely not. Also got the Vandal in hand, like you had mentioned there. Could make all of the difference in this round. Still looking to flood together.
Doing well to start. Look at the damage, though. Everybody low on the side of Nasr. Mary, one hit to the Sheriff, but the shot can't find its way to her. Safia will be blindsided from below. 3-3. Falcons equalize up in, I'll say, an unlikely manner. This early half is going to haunt Nasr for a while.
I think, though, when you look at this round as well, it comes down, again, so close. Yes, Falcons able to win it out, but we've seen a couple rounds from Nasr where, yes, they've done some close wins as well, but have also had some more comfortable round wins in comparison. Meanwhile, it feels like Falcons are just scraping by in some of these ones. There's a similar story there on Ascent at times too. Again, continuously neck and neck in competition between these two teams.
Yeah, it's tough to separate them. And even when you do, it seems the other one just catches right on up. The defensive side, another stalled out early play, but some aggression on B. A chance for Marty to get aggro. As we already see the reveal be destroyed, that will certainly temper that aggression for a moment.
Caution here.
Seems like Falcons have their sights set on this side of the map. A late play up through middle. There's plenty of players here to defend it.
Information garnered on 2. Mary not quite able to connect with that drone, but doesn't really matter too much. The backstab from Toki, though, makes all the difference, and now it's actually a shift over towards this A site, knowing that the rotation will be called, that they're going to start looking for these mid players here.
30 seconds left.
They decided not to cross mid.
Spike's also really late to A.
Yeah, they took mid control, but then decided to send the spike way around. It's going to run the clock down low. I mean, a couple of picks going Nasr's way. They've got a decent angle to fight from. They can stop this spike. 10 seconds. It's only now coming through the choke point. Mad B picks up 1. 6 seconds. All they need to do is deny, and they know that. A smart play up top. But the time eventually lands the plant. Just about. Falcons have got some form of an elbow, an angle to fight from, but Ava's left alone down below to do it all. And the 3-piece avoids her this time. Nasr back up into the lead with 4-3.
Feels like quite a bit of an overcook in that round, no? You have 2 players encroaching on B from mid. They get the initial pick there as well. And you think, okay, simple. Get to sandwich onto site. But the rotation, especially with the pathing that comes through, leaves such an uncomfortable post-plant scenario there for Falcons.
It's a weird one, isn't it? Because I agree with you. You get the heaven pick. You're ready to execute on B. And I think the read there being that there were the 2 more players. And they just think, okay, we isolate that guy in mid who's not really ready for the fight. Then you move back to the A site, 1 player max. Easy game, right? The time there, I think, just applies way too much pressure. And again, the decision not to go through middle with that spike to revert around, it just adds on those extra couple of seconds that, as we saw, played a pretty big role in how that one panned out. A timeout from Falcons is, they're not happy with how that happened either.
No, I mean, the spawn rotations on Abyss are just so long. And especially if you start initially posturing towards mid and then you have to double back, and it's just a little bit messy. A little bit uncharacteristic, I think, of Falcons. But the adjustments, sure to be made. The retakes are really what have been shining through here for Nasr as of late. Also got null command again. 1 away from coming online. Marty's been dynamic with the op placement. This time going to go for a main, where should find some space, but the Falcons won't have anyone postured there this time.
Wow, they're just creeping up. I thought they would hold for a moment, but straight up play towards the B side. 3 players tucked in. Contact from both sides. Nasr have at least caught one with that trap, but the backside fight doesn't go their way. A pistol trade out for Mad V. Toki falls. The weapons, some retrieved. Sandra and Ava well armed and ready to fight. There's only 2 on the site. Sandra that little further away watching the back. I thought that might lead to a tougher fight on the site, but clearly not. Drone dealt with. Sandra destroyed as well. That's a long-range fight from up in heaven. Now they're just posted ready for the lower swing. Good round from Mad V, but it's not enough. Nasr are taking the lead a little bit further away.
Yeah, again, just this inability to get comfortable in these post plants. Nasr have done so well on applying pressure when Falcons are trying to secure that spike. Just really not giving them that opportunity to find themselves in more comfortable positions. That's so unfortunate too. Mary, the one player with the rifle, just taken out early with the Cypher trip. I think it was a trip unless it ended up being a Sova reveal that came through, but making it difficult to read into as well when Safia is kind of flip-flopping between B and A.
There goes the drone. Same old setup from Falcons. They tried this before without the drone, just straight walking through. Team 1 on the right. Trap comes in. Hunter's Fury active, but Mary, the one to fall. Damage not going to be done other than by a Nami. Nami's just picking these players up every single kill, swinging her way, and the site is defended just like that. Big commitment from Falcons. Nothing that lands, and maybe they can get this flank play, but look at Safia watching it the whole time. And she tucked in at just the wrong moment, gave Sandra the chance. Mad V's got an opportunity of her own with Nami still to defend that site. A 3rd kill put up, but it still might not be enough. She's out of here. Shrouded step to the back and catching Ava off guard. Masterfully defending this B site. She's not done yet. 2 teammates on the way to help out with Sandra, the last player standing. Spike down in the open too. Seems like they've got this one. Not the side of Nasr. No, Nasr don't win this round. Nami wins this round, and it's an ace to lock it in.
2 aces here for Nasr on Abyss. This map opened up with Luxie finding one of her own, and now Nami to pull one out here as well. And it's tough for Falcons. You kind of feel for them a bit. Like, Mary has been kind of hard countered, at least towards this B site, continuously falling prey to the trips that Safia is throwing down there, and they were even set up for the anti-null command setup as well, playing so deep in spawn. But now onto an eco here for Falcons. There's a world where we can see the Blade Storm get online, but with how Marty's been playing, and even able to take out Sandra there in A main, at least one of them is consistently denied every single round.
Well, Spike has been left behind by Falcons. This certainly isn't a round they intend to plant and defend, at least not off rip. Spread out in duos looking for picks. Opportunities not presenting themselves just yet, but Nasr thinking about getting aggressive. It's a big risk against a buy like this, especially walking through a smoke. No flashes, nothing, just dry peeking. And Nasr have gone a little crazy on that one, I have to say, and the reward is there for Falcons. One
Raptors.
thing. Good Safia.
Yeah, this flank could be huge. But look at Toki's positioning as well, going for the late wrap towards mid.
Seems like both squads have the same idea. The
Ooh.
operator dealt with Mad V ducking under the crosshair and landing a shot right between the eyes. Safia's flank better be huge. The second player down below is extremely low and dealt with quickly, but still 2 more. And Toki's flank has sent her into heaven. That's the operator retrieved. It's Mad V still to be uprooted and very little time to deal with both of these players.
Stop.
Not even the first to go her way. And it's Falcons with the pay safe card thrifty to put a round back on the board.
What a way to come back and stop the bleeding here for Falcons. It gives very, like, gives that G2 energy to it, you know? These teams who are just able to pull rounds out of what feels like thin air at times, rounds where they really shouldn't even be winning it. You even talked about how Spike had initially been left in spawn. You know, the expectations were low for that round. Now, a different look towards this mid control. First time we're seeing Nasr push up this lane.
Nami doing well. Only good for the one. Mid fight has a little bit more depth to it though, and you can see that with Luxie cleaning up those kills, finding the spike as well. It won't maintain that control deep into the round. Instead, falling back, playing the sights, and just allowing for the side of Falcons to waste all of what they've got. They still had their drone and so on. It's all being committed here and now to clear this space, and they'll run the clock down doing it.
Yeah, that's the thing. They don't know that Nasr has fallen off of this mid control and still looking to try and cross over to pick that spike back up. One angle cleared at the very least. And Nasr just playing this so safely, knowing that they've got the advantage in numbers. Playing for that information will retake as a group when the time comes. Which avenue do Falcons choose to push? Looks like they want to wrap back around towards that A site. Off through main, sure, trip is breakable, but you also are running low on time at this point. All Luxie has to do is live and buy time for a team.
15 seconds. They're just now breaking the trap. EP used, but, well, they're going to be thankful that they had it. Luxie's gone down already. A chance to deny that spike still available, and it's Nami to try it. Spam isn't good, though. An off-site plant position for Falcons, and it's caught Nasr off guard. This paranoia, it seems to be perfect. That could catch both of them, certainly one. And the dive down now quickly taken. That space seized out of the hands of Falcons, and it won't be given back. Nami with another big round here. Abyss seems to be the map where she has come alive. And for Nasr, that represents a huge lead, 7-4, a chance for another 8-4 this time in their favor.
Last round in the half.
And Nami has just been stunning throughout this map. 16-7 right now on the Omen. Very much so utilizing a lot of these vertical angles, taking the opportunity to reposition with the teleport as well, the shrouded step. Nicely handled mid control. I like the pivot, just being able to take Falcons off guard.
The immediate knife sees nobody in middle, drone out for B as well. Lots of information being seized by the Falcon side, and then the response is to pop the Hunter's Fury, push down, and take two fights in the attacker's spawn, dropping the spike and dropping the win percentage of Falcons in this round astronomically. And even tagging Sandra down to 45. It doesn't get much better than that for an early round start.
No, it absolutely doesn't. It's a big round as well for Falcons, and starting things off on the back foot here as well.
Go around the back. Oh, do it to them. I think they were waiting for it for a moment. Artie is close. She's going for it. She's sent it around the back, and she's found it. All four players in this round taken by her. The last three beautifully done, and an Andalucia flawless as a result. Nasr have come into this half, and they've come to play, that's for sure. The question is, can they close it out in the same form? We'll find out after the break.
We're just
Well, Falcons have found themselves in quite the valley. It's going to be tough to navigate their way out of this one. Naturally, Nasr 8-4 in the lead. And for that attacking side, I think there's quite a lot of hope. This has been a display, to say the least. And players like Nami stepping up, Luxie continuing her form from the previous map, and Marty proving to be a threat. Question is, Ash, can we even imagine Nasr slowing down at this point? Or have we got another 2-0 on our hands here in GC playoffs?
I don't want to answer that. I'm like, candidly, I don't want to answer that. But I think realistically, when you look at how Ascent ended, the 9 rounds in a row there for Nasr, and then just carrying over that same momentum here into Abyss, they've got to feel pretty confident right now. Of course, not get too ahead of themselves because it is Falcons that they are playing up against. And Mary, an important opener here for this team.
Careful.
It is. 1 kill found, but damage traded out as a result. And no sentiment from Nasr of slowing down. 1 player spotted by the cam up top. The paranoia is perfect, though. Trade from heaven is taken right back into Nasr's favor. A 3 versus 3. The play from Safia with the spike just now planting is to catch them off in middle. And Toki was completely unaware. Nasr, 1 player to the good, spike planted, and a victory here in this pistol round. It could send this map spiraling out of Falcons' control.
No more utility to work with here, though, on Nasr. It's going to be pistols alone.
Flash. Well, Flash is good. This could blind a couple of them, give a chance for the fights to go their way. Unfortunately, that chance is not realized this time around. Falcons still on 4 as Nasr near in on double digits. Considering how we started out this series, it did not seem very likely that a 2-0 in favor of Nasr would form, but now any other reality is starting to look just as impossible.
It's kind of crazy. I feel like, again, those 9 rounds in a row into this map, Nasr started styling on them in some rounds. Sure, at last, that pistol was not a display of that, but to see how Falcons look to kind of bring themselves back into this. I feel like we need some sort of big heroic play from one of their players to try and mentally or momentum wise at least like bring them back into Abyss.
Point suppressed.
Mary, that's not an easy fight. Oh, but somehow she wins it. Marty goes down and it's the wall bang that trades it out. Hey, listen, I'll take that in a round like this. What else can you fight with? Plenty of players, but not a lot of weapons. Just classics. And the smoke, at least, to cover the cross. Falcons will get quite close and deal a decent amount of damage. It's getting a little bit scary. Nasr is certainly paying a heavy cost for what should be a guaranteed round victory. Falcons not looking to stop. They want to drop all of these weapons. Winning the round's unlikely. They know that. All they want to do is make sure Nasr walk away with a sour taste in their mouth, and that certainly seems likely at this point. There's the swing. 2 players surviving. Damage done by Falcons, but is it too little too late?
It's a massive lead that Nasr have amassed for themselves. Sure, Falcons is a team that these players are capable of making those comebacks happen. However, it doesn't feel like... I don't know if it's that it doesn't feel like they're not quite themselves right now on the side of Falcons, but a couple quieter performances from players like Ava, who typically have those big pop-off moments. Yeah, she had her time on Ascent, but Nasr just looked so much more comfortable here on Abyss.
Scanning ahead.
They certainly have. That is not a comfortable start, though. Marty ripped out of the round through a smoke by Mary. Looks like they're quite mad about that. With Mad V taken down immediately, Nasr, well, they quicken their pace to the B site, but there's still 3 players waiting. They have to deal with them, and it's a wide swing to back site that picks up Mary, trading out that kill from earlier on. Still a weakness. Toka only playing with a Sheriff, sticking with her teammate, using the numbers on backside to their advantage. They're locking down the control. Falcons have to go for a wide swing on that, and Ava 20 HP. Toki, no paranoia left. This is going to be dry swings, and that certainly doesn't favor them. 3 kills for Safia already, the 4th. secured, as is the 11th for Nasr. It seems to be a formality closing out this game, and with how Falcons started it, it seemed inconceivable, but this is the reality we live in. Nasr digging deep and delivering on levels I didn't think we'd see here today.
And Nasr being able to convert this third round in the second half really just might be the nail in the coffin here for Falcons. Sure, second lifeline if you drop down to that lower bracket, but by no means did we expect it was going to be a 2-0 in this dominant of a fashion, at least in this second map here from Nasr. I'm pretty sure if you ask top of day, sure, Nasr has incredible players on it. But when you were pitting these two teams head to head, looking at previous results, I think most people would have probably bet on Falcons to be the ones to take this 2-0. And if not, then it was going to be a full best of 3 series. Everyone, though, on Nasr is stepping up to the plate today.
It has just been a well-rounded performance. Different players stepping up on different maps. Players can be relied upon when those pushes come down, and no better example than Nami. I feel like in the entirety of the last half, you just stay away from whatever side she's on. Defending that B side in the round where she picks up the ace was just sensational for Falcons. It's one thing to lose games because your game plan isn't working. You can go back to the drawing board, you can make adjustments, but when other teams, other players are just stepping up, and that's the difference maker, or that's a big difference maker, that really sucks. You just feel helpless. And at 11-4, that's not what you want to be feeling. For Mary, well, as always, she's playing with confidence, getting aggressive, looking for picks, not finding them though. A quick dash in makes this a bit more complicated. No safe angles to fight from anymore, and Falcons actually give up the space. It's all a fake though.
Yeah, drawing all of that attention. Falcons are wise to it though. Making that shift over towards the A site, smoke going down as well. So got Marty taken out on the other side of the map. Toki to answer back here on A.
Enemy remaining.
I think both for Toki were through the smoke. Not bad. Falcons have managed to recover around 11-5. An interesting play by Nasr. I don't mind it. Sending Marty out to B, taking that space, but you could see that Falcons immediately had the response. They saw that, okay, someone's on site, but where's everyone else? Where's the smokes? Where's the flashes? Where's the swings? This doesn't look like the takes that we've seen before. They make that call, the rotates are in on time, and that's what gets us across the line. Just a good read from the Falcon side.
Will it be enough, though? Staving off this match point. Looking to continue to push forward, climb the mountain back up. Only 6 rounds separating these two teams, but had a Nasr, another set play to come through.
The Hunter's Fury landed. Mary's the one to fall. There's the Hunter's Fury of the attackers, the trade out, not working well for Falcons, and this certainly isn't what they wanted to see. The site taken, the plant secured, and, well, Nasr, I was wondering if they're going to send out a flanker. Maybe they are with Luxie thinking about it. Yeah, the call's made. Okay. They haven't come in for it too quickly. Falcons are still in the spawn. That's all the information given over by Marty, and that's what green lights this flank for Luxie. Marty needs to hold on. Nami will try to do the same. I was going to say do the same, but Toki had other ideas. Flank's still underway, and Marty desperately holding on to control. A firing squad from far away, just waiting for that player to emerge in heaven. But when she does, she's being watched. Ava, though, shot in the back. Defuse already halfway. The big swing from up top comes in, and the kills are found. But a Red Bull clutch secured nonetheless. Falcons just about managed to claim the round in time.
Madvi was stone cold, holding the defuse on that spike, and the flood was coming in strong as well, but once they start finding that advantage in numbers, they're just more than confident. They know, okay, we haven't seen Luxie in a while. That utility, sure, trip gets broken mid there, and that's the green light, knowing if that wrap is coming, it's not planted for her. But again, it's still a long journey to break back up. Aggressive play here. Bladestorm already into the spawn here of Nasr.
Yeah, it really is. Mary's just sent it straight down. There are a lot of players waiting for her to emerge around that corner. At least there were. Nami and Toka both holding the angle, but not able to convert the kill. Bladestorm survives into late round. Falcons start the rotation to the A side as well, suspecting the hit will come in there. But it is actually slowed down a little bit towards mid. I don't think they'll be here in time, and a retake may be the call.
Yeah, I think there's only a couple knives left here for Mary, though. It might only just be 1 or 2. Smoke refresh, and Falcons are just waiting for everyone to get around. Mary's gonna be late, looking for that gun in mid window.
Oh, nice shot. That's Marty down. Mary maybe not needed. Nami, though, certainly looking to continue up those site hold stats, this time on the A site, and keeping Ava out for now. Main secured by Luxi. Nasr starting to tick the boxes of a successful defense, and with Ava down, this 2-pronged, 3-pronged attack becomes just one, and just one player, in fact. Mad V, time not on her side. The defuse has to be started. Luxi just needs to play her cards right. The defuse halfway, and that almost worked out for Mad V. The gun was about to be pulled out, but not quite in time. 12-6. Nasr with 6 chances to close out a series that, well, we thought at least had to be 3 maps if they had a chance.
It's insane how far Nasr have come this round, coming down to that IGL versus IGL 1-to-1 on the mirror picks there.
One enemy remaining.
But it is just... I mean, this round has come down right to the wire, but it is also crazy just how comfortably both these two teams are responding to each other when the round does get scrappy there as well, and isolating those fights. And fighting for this mid pressure here on Nasr, playing very deep extremity patience outside of each site, waiting to see if Falcons will look to aggress again. It's where they found that early success in the last round.
Oh, they're doing it. Sandra stepped forward. Oh, Sandra's walking into the entirety of the attacking side, and she has no idea. Started to get spooked. It could be too late. No, just about made it around the corner. The drone spotted her. She'll escape with her life and even find a kill for her trouble. This could have been a disastrous B-hold if Nasr just contact played. But instead, the utility's given the game away and given a chance to Falcons. But a chance never lives long when Nami's on the server. 2 kills, and it's taken back into favor of the attackers. It gives the ult for information. They don't need to worry about their flank. The traps were already covering it, but now all worries alleviated, and the attacking side just has to stand and wait. They become the defenders once more. But Ava roots Nami from position, buys them an angle to get towards that spike. The push down from Mad V, blindsides, but doesn't land the kills, nor does any of the surviving Falcons players. That's Nasr, 13-6 on the second map, on Falcons map pick to continue in the upper bracket.
A map that, when you look at the previous results, everything, I think, looked in favor of the side of Team Falcons. Sure, it wasn't the most comfortable map for either side, but you could see that Nasr really workshopped a lot of the issues that they had last time around, that loss up against Alternate Attacks Ruby, and it's just crazy to see how clean they look on it, and the adjustment going from an Ascent that was like the bread and butter, feels like, for Falcons, especially there for Mary. Maybe Nasr might just be our dark horse. I know everyone's been touting Giant X.
Hey, well, especially on Ascent that you brought up, that was somewhere that we saw Falcons win both pistols and still end up falling behind. I think that this is an incredibly impressive display from Nasr today. Falcons started strong, but certainly didn't end that way. Now it's time to find out why with our analyst desk.
It's time to find out why, indeed. But yeah, I've got Tom and Billy here with me once again, you guys. Still, the curse remain. Even bringing on Tom on this desk, we're not going to get a third map. It's going to be 2-0s all the way, it feels like.
All I want to know is I need you to go to the fun fact sheet and tell me like what Nami's favorite food is and favorite film, because next time I go to play Valorant, I'm going to eat whatever it was and watch the film because that she was utterly cracked today.
Okay, I could tell you that right now. It's shrimp pasta.
Sounds banging.
Yep, and the Vampire Diaries, and she's so real for that.
Yeah, I respect that.
I'll eat the pasta.
Anything? What about you, Billy? Anything you want me to check? You want me to order your dinner for you on this list? I feel like we should do that.
Do you know what? I really like the fun facts. After hearing some of the fun facts earlier, like that has to be my favorite section now.
I agree. I feel like
What's
that's
Rescue's
carrying.
favorite food? I might eat that with the shrimp pasta.
Yeah, Rescue's favorite food. Are you impressed how quickly I'm getting this up, by the way?
I am.
It is Manti. Her favorite food are just Turkish foods because obviously, naturally. So you wanna get some.
To be fair, Turkish food is incredible. So I'm very much okay with that.
Oh, actually, I tell her, I don't even think Manti is exclusively Turkish. But either way, we could go get some because I know there's a lot of great Turkish restaurants here in London, and also even better Turkish restaurants in Turkey, which is where look at my you knew my segue, you knew where I was going with that, which is of course where the finals are going to be held. And if Nasr somehow make it there, which it looks like they very well could, that will be a huge deal, Billy, for this team.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is the furthest that Nasr has ever gone in Game Changers, and it looks as though the momentum that they have so far, I mean, yeah, like Ash said, they really could be the underdog story of Stage 3 EMEA Game Changers.
Yeah, I think as well, when your IGL is not only leading the team, but putting up crazy numbers, getting you an ace in like the early rounds of the game, like they have all the momentum they could ever need, but also they're doing it as a squad. Like where we're seeing Nami step up when needed. As said, Luxie's been there pretty much the whole time. They've shown they have resilience to have these crazy comebacks. Like the last map was 10-4. That's something I'd like to know, and luckily I don't have to answer that, Sue, because you know you're going to be able to do it for me.
I will do anything for you, Tom, especially this. So you and Billy, you guys chill out for a second as I bring in the player of the hour, the one that can do it all. It is Luxie. Hi, Luxie. Welcome to the show.
Hello.
First of all, massive congratulations on that win today. I know you've been grinding with this this team for such a long time, and every time you come back to Game Changers, you guys go further and further and further. And I believe this is the furthest you've been in this competition. So how are you feeling about this, and how are you feeling about your form as a team?
I feel so excited, actually. I feel so happy today. It was a long day for me today, so I'm so happy for this.
We're also very happy for you as well. Now, I have so many questions to ask you. I'm just going to start. Oh, sorry, that's my cat. I'm going to start off by asking you the deadlock. Again, we've seen other people play deadlock. We've seen other people kind of try on Ascent and so on and so forth, but not the stats. They don't get stats like you do. So teach me, first of all, how do you make deadlock work? And second of all, how do you keep fragging on this agent as well?
I think because I was playing Initiator a lot, and I came back to my main role kinda, so just putting stuff and just aim Z, so it's kinda easier. It's for that.
You make it look so easy.
No.
You make it look so easy.
No.
Was this your idea, the deadlock stuff? Is this your kind of, because I know you must come up with a lot of ideas for your team. Was this you?
No, it's like the staff management who gets the idea to try deadlock on some maps for combo and etc. And it felt too good for us, and we was winning with this, so why not?
Oh yeah, for sure. And do you find any difficulties or maybe differences calling on an agent like deadlock compared to other things?
No, because like my deadlock is kinda Sentinel Initiator. I'm gonna say like this. I'm playing in the trio, so it's same call and everything is same. Just giving idea with like the C's and shit. So.
You must also love people coming to your site on the defense, right? You must be like, yes, they came to my site.
Yes, of course, like every Sentinel player, I guess. We are just waiting for that. We are not waiting for it. We are just waiting for that.
Oh yeah, that must be what you want. And also, I gotta say, on that second map, I think when it came to the map vetoes, it was an interesting match because you guys have a big map pool. You know, you play a lot of maps. They also have maps that they're comfortable playing and banning. Did you expect to play Abyss today?
Me personally, no. I don't know what the staff expect, but me, no. I was expecting something maybe like Sunset Peak or something like this.
Do you think maybe they should have not picked Abyss? You feel like? I mean, obviously now you won, but yeah.
No, for me it's good like this, huh? I think
It's great for you guys. You're like, yes, they pick a this. We're chilling. We're chilling. I have a question to ask you, because one of the things that everybody, the viewers, people on Twitter have really loved is seeing, we have this new graphic where we show all of the players, fun facts like your favorite color, your favorite food, your favorite TV show, and so on and so forth. And we saw one from you, and I believe you told us that your favorite food is cheese. Is that correct?
I don't remember, but yes, I put cheese on everything I eat, actually.
Okay, good, because I really wanted to ask you, because one of our casters, Mitchman, I'm sure you're familiar with him, he's been telling me that the best cheese comes from Ireland. He's been saying that the Irish cheese is the best. I think he's wrong. So would you be able to recommend me some cheese that I can buy for him so he can taste some real cheese and maybe realize that other cheese is better than Irish cheese?
I don't have idea like this, but in French you have so much cheese in every taste. Like with spicy cheese, you have everything to be happy. So I think you can find something.
Yeah? We come to France?
Yeah, you can come to France and find something really great.
Okay, we're going to come find you in France. I got it. Thank you so much, Luxie, for joining me. And congratulations once again, and best of luck in the rest of your tournament.
Thank you.
All right, I'm bringing in Tom and Billy. Guys, we're going to France.
If she had said Irish cheese was the best cheese, I would have left. Like, I would have been gone. That would have just been the end.
Oh,
I'm like,
God, can you imagine?
Somehow Mitch has managed to get to someone else. I've got to get out of here, because,
Can you imagine? But yeah, I mean, Billy, just so much confidence. You can feel it, just radiating off of her as well. And I really love the way she described her deadlock, which is a sentinel initiator. And I think that sums it up perfectly.
Yeah, definitely. I love the confidence. It is, like you say, it's just oozing from them. And I mean, what better stage to have confidence? We're in stage 3. If you win the whole thing, you go to Game Changers Champs. We're going to continuously talk about it because the stakes are high. And yeah, I think they're on a really good momentum at the moment.
For sure. I think the way that she was using it specifically on Ascent with like proactively pushing, catching people with the net. I think you can see what they're talking about when they say it's an initiator. When you come up against a triple initiator, you kind of need to have that in your back pocket.
Yeah, you do indeed. But let's take a look at the bracket. Of course, today was not elimination. Nobody, we didn't send anybody home. We will, however, be doing that tomorrow. And of course, with Falcons falling into the lower bracket, there is a possibility for that one scenario, that one permutation where they don't make it to Berlin for champs. And that feels crazy, Tom, that I'm even saying that.
Yeah, it's put into the hands of Valiant to potentially deal them the death-dealing blow. And on the other side of the bracket, obviously, you have GX versus Heroic as well, which I think is going to be an incredible game. It's sort of like Heroic really trying to prove that they are the sort of new kid on the block, running it down through that lower bracket now after what was a decent stint. I think we've got two solid matchups, which, again, if you look back to last stage, you'd probably have a heavy favorite in both. But again, the Falcons have just lost in the upper bracket, so I guess not many people would have expected to see that anyway.
Yeah, I personally did not expect to see Giant X or Falcons in the lower bracket this early on. And I think Valiant as well, like the form that they were on yesterday, knocking out Carmine Core, like they've obviously been a favorite throughout Game Changers EMEA throughout this year. So yeah, I think those two games tomorrow are ones that are not to be missed.
Yeah, and it's absolute survival on the line as well if they want to make it not just to chance, but to Istanbul as well for that grand final. Tomorrow is going to be everything. I mean, I don't envy the people tomorrow that have to deal with the permutations, because at this point, we somehow roll the dice to get to a spot where there's even a tiebreaker on the line, I feel like. I think that's even possible at this stage as well. But don't you guys forget at home to grab your tickets for Istanbul and be there and see who's going to take it all. Yes, exactly. Share some Manti with Tom and ResQ. I feel like that's
exactly.
a perfect. They asked them about their perfect day. That would be my perfect day.
It does sound like a good day. It does sound like a great day.
It does indeed. And thank you very much, Tom and Billy, for sharing this great day with me here today. We are going to be back with more Game Changers action and, of course, Elimination Day tomorrow. Don't forget to come back and join us, and we'll see you then.
Seconds left. One enemy remaining. One enemy. No! One enemy. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Do you feel what the eyes can't see? You hear it calling way down deep. Trust your heart, it'll keep you true. This world expects so much from you.